number 5. And we were talking about day number 5. It's gonna be a lot of action because we are actually going to be getting India versus Pakistan this time. That is going to be Sacred Shrine versus Chaos. Both have been performing very well, as Sacred Shrine is also a top performing team in the current Indian zone and timeline. So for today though, we're going to be joined by none other than Wands, and also we're going to have an extra caster for tonight because you see in my side there's the blade armor here, Wands' favorite item. Every time he picks this up, he goes really ham. So anyways, welcome back guys to the Southeast Asia MLBB tournament again, where this place is being pioneered by 6 countries, namely Bhutan, Nepal, India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And with that being said, we also have 6 representative countries who are, forming the pyramid. That is going to be LAT from Pakistan, NESBD from Bangladesh, MGC from Bhutan, God of War or God of Death from Nepal, and Jen from Sri Lanka. And lastly but not the least, it's going to be C3 from India. And with that being said, this entirety is going to be sponsored by the one and only Vista Games for the Diamond Prize Pool. And with that being said, Wands, are you excited for tonight?
I mean, I am really excited for tonight's game, but Balti, you have really caught me off guard with the blade armor there, because made me flabbergasted. A blade armor beside you. It seems like you're quite prepared. You already have an armor beside you, so yeah, you are totally ready for the against the marksmans. But
Yep.
this is definitely gonna distract me a lot because there's a bit of a lore behind the blade armor, so that is gonna put me on a chokehold throughout the casting if you keep that behind you. So I would suggest you not to keep that behind you. But yeah, nonetheless though, tonight's game number 1 will be against India and Pakistan. Wow, such a rivalry, right, between I would say the motherland and the land which came out of India. So basically like mother and son, kind of a fight that we're gonna see, because India is considered a motherland. And Pakistan, it's one of those countries that came out of India, so as well as Bangladesh. But tonight's game, it's gonna be Chaos, and from India, who is it? I think it was Sacred Shrine, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, Sacred Shrine and Chaos. So yeah, just yesterday you were asking me about my team, my favorite team, and I said Chaos. But yeah, today we're gonna see Chaos versus Sacred Shrine. So it's gonna be one hell of a banger of a match as well.
Alright, Wands. Now you did say it's gonna be a banger of the match. I'm hoping that Sacred Shrine play with their full lineup this time instead of letting their manager play, because last time I think Fate wasn't there to go play on the gold lane. And I think that is also one of the reasons why Sacred Shrine threw big time. But right now, hopefully all of the teams are going to play, hoping, since you did say that Pakistan, Chaos Pakistan also play really well in this current tournament, and I think we are going to pull up the rankings of the groups real soon, and that is where we will see their current standings, because Sacred Shrine, they start off the tournament really good, but due to the circumstances they have to withdraw, and because of the loss of players as well, they are I think they dwindle down to like a very low bracket. So until then, we are gonna see what is up on the point system. But for now, actually talking about Chaos though, yesterday they played a very nice match. I would say Chaos got the 2-0 again. And then this is actually a very good time for Chaos. I think they played against Sri Lanka, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, they get the win. But can they continue the streak on India? That is the problem now.
Yeah.
So what are your guesses? Will India actually stand firm against Pakistan, or will Pakistan actually get the victory over India? And as you can see, look, Group A, we actually got Chaos onto the number 4th place with their 3 points. They did have the 1 win, 1 lose, and also Sacred Shrine is also on the 1 win, 1 lose session here. But the point system are going to be same for both of the teams. But on the other group, though, we're gonna get future matches. I think Vintage Victory are also gonna be playing against September 9 in the coming match number 2. But other than that, for now, we're gonna be focusing on Chaos and Sacred Shrine because this match might get really wild.
Yeah, that is very true indeed, because these two teams are gonna be facing off against each other, and we know how much heat there can be between India and Pakistan, especially in the the esports. They are quite competitive against each other, so we are definitely gonna see. I would say like one of the best games, I would say, against these nations, because they really love to compete against each other, and in many aspects we do see that even Chaos, they're quite good of a team. They're very well, and yeah, their synergy, I would say, it's not the best out there, but it's still a very solid synergy that they have with one another. The way they execute the game is pretty good, and yeah, as for India as well, they have a really good bonding with one another, especially Sacred Shrine. We already know how they are, and yeah, only time will tell, who's gonna take tonight's game.
And yes, only time will tell. But on the roster of Chaos, though, we actually have a bunch of players that we have to call out as well. It's gonna be Cyber on the EXP, Kyra is gonna be on to the jungle, and Ayan is gonna be on towards the gold side, and Kylo will be the roam. I think Kylo yesterday got an MVP as a roamer, so this guy is actually a very fantastic roamer in terms of setting up, giving the opportunities for the team to go snowball. And in terms of vision-wise, this guy has it all. But also Yosha is also going to be their mid laner, and Sarim also going to be their extra gold. I think Sarim actually played a lot, but instead we didn't actually see Ayan played, I think, before. So hopefully we can also get Ayan in this current roster. But also they actually did have 3 substitute like different gold laners, because Kenshi also is a gold laner. So they have gold laners in an abundance for this team. So I'm pretty excited here.
Yeah, pretty excited indeed, and yeah, I think right now both of the teams, they're just doing a ping test. So once that is completed, we will be heading straight into the draft, and we will be seeing what kind of a draft they cook up, and what kind of heroes they'll play here. And yeah, I'm really excited to see Chaos actually, because I've not casted their games, but I did watch a few matches where they were playing, and yeah, they're quite good, I would say. And yeah, I'm really excited because this is gonna be my first game of Chaos that I'm gonna be casting. So now I can be here on the live and analyze them pretty well while they're playing. And yeah, as for Sacred Shrine as well, they have to step up their game, because Sacred Shrine, they are kind of behind on the points, so they need to build up those points as well, and climb the leaderboards.
Oh, it seems like I was muted there. Sorry about that for technical issues. But yeah, in terms of climbing the leaderboard, it is very, very important. Because the amount of points that you guys actually will be getting is gonna amount to how far you're gonna go. Because if you have lesser points, that's basically going to be elimination for you once this group stage ends. So I think Larry and Immortals actually have a very nice time in this current bracket right now, because they haven't lost even one match. I think Larry won like a lot of matches, and they were still able to capitalize on those wins, and now they are both 5-5 in terms of that. So it's going to be Nepal and I think Pakistan. Yeah, Pakistan going to be on the lead right now. Actually, Pakistan is also played, above my expectation already, because we did know that I think the scene of MLBB in Pakistan isn't that. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I've actually never seen any Pakistani MLBB tournaments in ever. So this actually is a very nice time for Pakistan to be making their debut on the true international stage, and they have proven themselves to be a problem for the other teams as well, in terms of their current team composition. So right now, I think the ping test is still going on. Other than that, I think we are going to be getting the draft real soon. But yes, talking about Sacred Shrine now. We've talked a lot about Pakistan, and let's go to our country. No biasness, anyways. We're gonna give spotlight to both of the countries. But Sacred Shrine, I would say that they have won 2 LAN tournaments in India, so they are the very, let's say, qualified candidate of joining this true internationals. Yes, they did perform really bad onto the second match they had against, I think, I forgot the matchup with whoever it was, but they lost and they had to bail out because of the fact that they don't have the players to be playing, because I'm pretty sure Sacred Shrine didn't have their substitute player. That's why they had to let Zewo play in that, and it was actually a very funny match watching Zewo play there as our fellow caster. But other than that, hopefully Fate can play this time, because Fate is also a very good gold laner. And then the first time Sacred Shrine played together with their lineup, they actually got the win. So this time around, they are going to be up against a very tough opponent as well. We're talking about Pakistani big teams. So right now, only time will tell until this drafting comes. But if I'm going to go for a little bit of insights on the Sacred Shrine at once, do you have any?
I mean, talking about the insights, I don't feel like there's much to throw light on that, because we've already seen teams how they are, and I feel like most of their strategies have already been exposed. So
Yeah, that's
there's
true.
much to talk about on the inside from the side of Sacred Shrine. Yeah.
All right, all right, all right. But, yeah, nothing much to talk about, honestly, because we did know that Art or Artoria is their current, best roamer of their current lineup, because he is out there to actually make plays for the team, and he is usually the carry. Just like Chaos, also they got who was that now? The roamer. I forgot their name now. It was, I think, yeah, Kylo. Yes, Kylo. Kylo was also like the playmaker usually for the side of Chaos, and they also have Sacred Shrine also have Bit to make the play as a roamer. So against these 2 roamers, it's gonna be very interesting to be judging their games and casting their games. I'm pretty excited, but other than that, I think both of the teams would kind of resort to the fighter gold meta, because currently there used to be, since we are playing in the very South Asian states, our servers are, a different thing, and due to the latency, I think it's very safer to play on the fighter gold instead of the fighter marksman. But unless you get your own servers, I don't think it will be safe to play those marksmen, even though you are very comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, the marksmen in the current meta, especially in tournaments, they're not really performing well, and fighters have, totally overtaken, I would say, the meta. Because if you talk about the meta, even fighter jungle is the meta, XP as well as the goal, it's all mostly occupied by fighters. And we only see marks normal matches, which is just ranks. As for the tournament, every player, they're adapting to fighters. Even the goal laners who never play fighters, they are forced to play fighters, because that is what the meta is asking for. And you have to be flexible. You have to be versatile with your hero pool, your overall your composition you have, and you have to make the best out of it. And talking about the meta, right? Fighters, so many fighters are just dominating the land of Dawn, and there's little to no space for marksmen. But I do feel like there are still 2 marksmen which do kind of shine in the current meta, which is the carry.
Yeah.
I feel like these are the only 2 marksmen that kind of work, because they have the ability to shred down the fighters and the tanks because of their high DPS. Talking
Very
about
true.
the good burst, really good escape tool with his entropy. The carry is basically the the nightmare for all the tanks and the fighters, because she can easily spread you up in late game. And if we reminisce about the previous matches, where there were carry picks, we did see the carry struggling in the early phases of the game, where she was facing off against fighters, namely like the Xborg. But once it came online in the late game, that was basically the end for fighting goal lane, because they can't really keep up with the DPS against a marksman like Harry, who deals so much burst damage. On top of that, the true damage which he can abuse with the help of the golden staff. So I would I would highly recommend you, if you're going for the goal lane for the fighters, watch out for heroes like the Nathan and the carry. Even though you might win the early game and the mid game, if you drag the game far too long into the late game, these marksmen, they will come online, and yeah, they'll basically start winning over you, and they might possibly even take the win.
Yeah, that's very true once. But you did say that carry is very popular in this tournament. Yes, it is very popular because of the fact that like it's only a liable pick for the carry to go melt down the tanks. And other than that, I haven't seen like one marksman that can also, I think, melt tanks. That is also a Nathan here. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I did see some Nathans being played, but it was kind of underwhelming because the Nathan was always bursted down by the opponents. So if I'm gonna be going for my guesses, I think Sacred Shrine would want to go for the fighter goal right now. And same with Chaos. Or Chaos, if they have like 3 sub gold laners, so I think in terms of the gold lane hero pool, they could, I think they will be able to play the marksman gold against Sacred Shrine. But they do have to go for the research on how Sacred Shrine actually like to play as well, because Van Satoru, the jungler of Sacred Shrine, likes to play assassin jungle. Especially he likes to go on the Fanny as well. He's like one of the players who would actually pull up a Fanny on tournaments.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now they could basically go for the, I don't know. We'll actually see how it plays out, because it's very risky for Sacred Shrine to be flexing in this tournament right now, because they are kind of low on the leaderboard. They want to get the wins. They want to have safe picks instead of going for the flex picks. So other than that, I think they would do very fine as long as they do not throw their draft here.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Sacred Shrine, as you've already mentioned, their jungler can easily pull out the Fanny as well. And he's one of the few junglers, I would say, in the tournament who's willing to risk, go for a Fanny. Even though the Fanny is not one of the dominant junglers in the game, somehow he still makes use of her, and yeah, he executes her quite well, I would say. And yeah, talking about the other picks though, Sacred Shrine jungler, he can also adjust on a lot of assassins as well as utility junglers. So yeah, if you try to target the jungler from the side of Sacred Shrine, I think it's gonna be little to no use, because his hero pool is just so flexible. It's so vast that he can basically play anything. Even if you like go for his main heroes,
Yep.
he can still play many other heroes as well. So I would say that for Sacred Shrine, it's better if you focus more on the roamer, their mid lane, or the goal lane. So these are like the main 3 targets that Chaos they should go for.
That is actually very true. I really want to go for picks that can take down the main carries of the match. I would actually say Van Satoru would be the carry of the match here, because it usually used to be Fate. So not sure how they're going to be playing, but right now in this current meta, I think it kind of favors, I think, on the side of Chaos a lot, because I did know that the jungle likes to play the utility jungle. So if Van Satoru do not like adjust to this current meta, this is going to prove a very problematic feat for them. But I think Van Satoru would actually go for the utility jungle, if I'm not mistaken, because it's gonna be way too risky for him to play it out. And pray with that, Artoria, if he goes for the Kalia as a pickoffs. But actually, I'm gonna ask you something. Do you think pickoff, roamers actually work well with the utility junglers?
Say that if you're going for a utility, you're going for a pick-off tank, namely like a Kalia, for example, it might be a bit difficult to execute it, because usually when you go for a utility, go for a tank jungle or a Fredrin, and these heroes they take their time to inflict damage. They don't have that instant burst capability, so that leaves a lot of space for the target who got picked off by the roamer to escape. So I would say that if you're going for utility, go for something which has a heavy crowd control, can help you prolong the fights, because utility they usually perform well when the fights are prolonged and all your opponents they've exhausted their skills. As for the assassins, you can definitely pair up the assassin with pick off heroes, because they can pick it off, and you can instantly burst them down as well.
Yep, absolutely. Once now that you get that thing out of the way, we did have a clearance that how Chaos are going to be drafting things out. But I really wish there's like a recap of their match where they would, showcase their finest moments, because the brain can't recall everything, right?
Yeah.
Unless you have like a brain of an Einstein. I don't think that's going to be very possible. But for now, only time will tell, because we are still waiting for the drafting to be done here. I hope there isn't any problem being being skewed, because yesterday we had a big amount of pauses. So I just
Yeah.
hope that doesn't happen again right now, because that's gonna be very sad. And like
I
we
mean,
said again, yeah,
yeah.
once go
Well,
on, go on.
yesterday was a hassle, because the players they were having a lot of issues, a lot of connection issues. They were restarting the game, and they were changing servers in between. There
Hmm.
were pauses and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean this is inevitable. It is bound to happen, because you're playing from two different countries. And when you're playing from two different countries, there's definitely going to be the clash between servers. But yeah, Balti, it seems like we are ready. I did see the transition of the drafting phase, so I feel like we're going to be heading straight into the draft for now. And yeah, finally the wait is over.
Wait is over and the drafting has begun. And this time, this game number 1 is going to be dangerous grass. So when we talk about dangerous grass, which means assassin might be liable, I think this could actually favor Sacred Shrine, because of the way that Van Sato would like to play the assassins. But we are still not sure on how the ping is gonna work out for them. But here we are. It's gonna be the bans coming up. It's going to be, I think, Sacred Shrine winning the coin toss, or actually I don't think Sacred Shrine won the coin toss, because they are actually onto the right side here. That is usually the red side. Instead, Chaos will be the one to win the coin toss. So other than that, I don't know how the drafting is gonna start. But yep, here comes the bans so far. A very staple ban for the side of Chaos. As you guys can see, the CC is already being picked out, which means they don't want anybody to go for the CC Fighter Gold. And on the side of Sacred Shrine, because it's a dangerous grass, which means a Grok has the potential to come with the tech charge from the bush. So they gotta be careful as well, just to make sure. I know that Artorio, is it Artorio? I was calling him the Artorio, the character from, I think, I don't know. It was Wooden Waves, I think. But anyways, different game. So that they take out that possibility of happening, since they don't have the first pick. So they won't be going for the comforts for art. I'm just gonna call it art for now. But on the second ban, we have the Gatot Kacha here. That is going to be also the very meta pick, usually in tournaments, and one of the best roamers, I like to say it. And other than that, what is Sacred Shrine gonna pull up here once?
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen the bans from the side of Chaos. They're going for the CC as well as the Gatot. Pretty Gideon kind of a ban. They're just going for the meta ban. As for Sacred Shrine, they're going for the Grok, which is a pretty solid roam as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're also following it up by the Gacha ban. Yeah, so they're definitely looking out for these tanky tanks that can that can be a little bit of a hassle in the early and mid game. So they do not want to deal with these kind of heroes that can be problematic in the early phases of the game. So they're picking up away these tanky heroes. I feel like since they're going for such a tanky ban, they could possibly go for an for a core as their jungler. But yeah, looking at the ban though, we can see that there three bans have already been made from these two teams, and yeah, third ban from the side of Chaos is actually the one and only Hilda. Man, I really love the way that they respect the Hilda in this current meta. Before the adjustment, before the week, she wasn't really that popular. But after the recent adjustment, where she can instantly get a shield by using her first skill in any moment,
Yep.
makes her survivability quite high, I would say. But yeah, look at Sacred Shrine as well. They're going for a slot ban. Is that a Lancelot? Am I seeing a Lancelot?
Yeah, it is a Lancelot ban. Goodness, Lancelot has been overly banned right now in this current tournament. We only see a Lancelot once, I think. That was on when I think Bangladesh went against India. But oh, yesterday. Oh, okay. We got yesterday and Angela onto the as a roamer, I think, not the mid laner actually, but as a roamer, and they were able to play very well. So it seems like Chaos are going to go for that Angela pick. I did say that when is Angela is going to be picked because it's still like a prior pick on ranked games, but not really on the MPL stages. But in this kind of tournament where you are very, I think, very safe, I think you can go for the Angela because of the hard guard effect, which hasn't been nerfed yet, nerfed or buffed, because it's still going to be that 20-second cooldown, the hard guard, which means you can kind of spam it, especially in dangerous grass. You can basically surveillance your teammates on not getting burst down if in entering the bushes. So Sacred Shrine are gonna pull up with the Kimmy pick here. That is going to be on the hands of, I think, Bit, because Bit is their mid laner, and there comes Fate going to go for the Lapu Gold, it seems like.
Yeah, a Lapu goal. I feel like this could definitely be a Lapu goal or a XP Lapu as well, because the Lapu, actually we don't see him in goal lane. We often see him in EXP lanes. So this could definitely be a Lapu XP as well. But yeah, talking about the Angela, Angela, I feel like it's a very situational hero in this draft.
Yeah,
because if you're going for that utility jungle, if you're going for those tank lineup, Angela can come in very handy to provide extra sustain, extra shield, and to just basically annoy the hell out of your enemies. But both, you look at this, look at Chaos. They are going for a marksman goal lane. They are going for the carry, as we already discussed about the potential of the carry in the current meta, where she's able to shred down fighters and the tanks. Yeah, this is it. They are prioritizing the carry here. It seems like they are quite aware of the current fighter meta, and they know that most of the teams are gonna go for the fighter goal lane as well. So they're kind of securing the late game with the carry on their hand. And yeah, I feel like the Angela could be really helpful for the carry, because she can provide that hard guard, and that hard guard can come in very handy when she's getting ganked. And she can basically ult them from any corner of the map, so that is a pretty good composition as well. But the Yuzong as well, a pretty solid EXP, as we've already seen yesterday in the first game against how well they were playing with the Yuzong, Bhutan and Larry. They were just using the Yuzong to a point where Bhutan, they had to just run away the Yuzong of Omega Flow. And that was quite a respect that they paid to Omega Flow yesterday. But yeah, look at this though. Look at the composition from the side of Sacred Shrine. They're actually going for a Khalid. I did not expect a Khalid here, because it does kind of seem off against a Zong and an Angela. I feel like there could have been a lot better tanks with much better crowd control, because the Khalid, he does lack crowd control, because his skill set is more of a fighter kit, because he does damage and he has a sustain for himself, and the only crowd control is his Raging Sandstorm, which has a pretty high cooldown as well. So yeah, the Khalid in the game, I feel like could be really good for initiation, for poking, but in the mid phases of the game, he will start falling off really hard.
That is indeed true, and we're talking about Khalid, one of Art's signature picks in terms of the invasion, and I think this is like one of the. Is this? I'm pretty sure it could be like a debut pick, or I may be wrong because there might be a Khalid on the previous matches where we haven't cast it. So I think this Khalid might do a good thing, like you said. This is dangerous grass, so as Khalid can come out of nowhere with the raging sandstorm. So in terms of this very squishy pick on the side of Chaos, I think the Angela pick also justified itself the fact that a carry is gonna go for the gold, and if you're going to be squishy on the goal as well, the Angela always have the hard guard to come and tend to your needs. So in this kind of composition, it kind of go in such a way that it's going to counter the dangerous grass, because you're going to get picked off a lot, especially on the gold lane. There's going to be an extra bush behind the where the turtle is going to spawn. So right now, Van Satoru, like we said, actually went for the kind of like a utility pick. The Guinevere is not that tanky, but we could say it's like it's kind of like an assassin slash fighter, like a pick off assassin. Basically, I mean, assassins are all pick off, but a utility pick offs, let's say. All right. With that being said, what do you think Chaos are gonna pick in this second half?
I feel like the Guinevere is really off in this pick, because the Guinevere is a fighter who really has to go in deep into the team fights. Most of the time, she gets caught up in a lot of situation, and I feel like this could possibly be a Guinevere gold lane, and a Khalid roam, and a Kimi mid lane, because Guinevere roam is is actually trending. And most players, they're going for the Guinevere roam as well. I mean, the gold lane. So yeah, the Guinevere is a very flexible pick, I would say, because if we talk about the Guinevere, she is such a flexible hero as well. Can EXP, can gold, and roam, and in some situations can even go mid lane. But oh my goodness, Balti, look at this! What is Sacred Shrine responding to Chaos with? They are responding with a gold lane versus gold lane, marksman versus marksman. So this is definitely gonna be, a Guinevere who's gonna go into. I thought I saw a Granger there.
Yeah, it is a Granger once, because thinking the fact that if you're gonna go for the gold fighter, the carry is gonna shred you, because the carry has a dash which can kind of maneuver basically what you're going to be doing to the carry. So having an extra range against a carry is going to work out, and we did know Fade is kind of comfy onto like the marksman picks, so he is going to pick up that Granger. And look, but I'm kind of concerned about Sacred Shrine, because we did see a Fanny on the side of Chaos here, but there isn't any like crowd control that can stop the Fanny completely. But if they want to stop the Fanny, Van Satoru has to hit the biggest spatial migration of his life. But that is also a very hard thing to do. The fact that the Fanny is quick, you have to be very precise on your spatial migration. But in terms of that, I think we're gonna be locking in straight in game number 1 of True International South Asia. It's gonna be India versus Pakistan this time. It's gonna be the first pick onto the blue side. That's gonna be Chaos, and Sacred Shrine on towards the red side. Joining us on that is gonna be Boltian Ones, who's gonna take you down this round.
Indeed. And man, Bolti, look at this. Right off the first minute of the game, there's so much going on. Look at the Fanny going berserk, almost getting caught there by Sacred Shrine. And oh my goodness, a first blood already in merely just 40 seconds of the game. Wow, this is a really aggressive early game up from Art here. This is what is Art is known for. He's known for the early game aggression, for the early game invade. And against the Fanny, I feel like this Khalid is a really good pick here. But Bolti, look at this, another invasion coming on to the red buff. And ooh, okay.
Something's happening. It's going to be Cyber taking the first dip, but no, it's going to be Sacred Shrine. But instead, they're going to go for the double kill on the side of Pakistan. They are going to go and try to make for the triple, but Bid has enough mobility to escape the wrath of Chaos. So for now, that's going to be a 2-to-1 trade. Still in favor side of Chaos, because Sacred Shrine, they went a little bit too deep. They're losing members in the process.
Yeah, they kind of overextended their stay, and they, they traded off 2 members for just 1, which is kind of really bad because they did lose Guinevere in the early game, so now the jungler farm has been delayed. And yeah, the Fanny will be, leveling up way faster compared to the Guinevere. But look at Van Satoru, man. He's not even farming. He's just camping around bushes, trying to land some, spatial migration and, try to get off early game kills. But it seems like he's back to farming. And look at Chaos there. They're also positioning themselves. They're providing vision for the team. And we can see that the Yuzong here, Sarim, he's already level 4, so that's going to be quite troublesome for them to contest this turtle as well because he has his zoning potential. But look at the Fanny coming in with the steel cable. But yeah, she's just going to go back to farming as well.
Back to farming it is. This is going to be the first turtle where India and Pakistan are going to try to contest for. Artoria is going to give that perfect zoning, and it's going to be Van Satoru getting that first turtle to the side of India. But as for now, Artoria is still looking for that initiation. He's going for the dip out onto the bushes there just to make sure that they can give that perfect time. But just there, he's gonna go for the kill, but it's gonna be secured on the side of Artoria as he's gonna get slashed now with the cutthroat from Cyber along with the hard guard comes in by Kylo. And with that being said, it's gonna be another kill for the side of Chaos once again.
Wow, Chaos are actually doing really well despite the early game pressure. Oh my goodness. Van Satoru hits with spatial migration. Man, you could have, just landed there, but somehow, cable is just way too flexible, way too mobile for you to predict where the Fanny is gonna land. And yeah, this is the problem, with a Guinevere against a Fanny because of the steel cable. You never know where she's gonna land. And yeah, your prediction is either hit or miss. But yeah, look at this though. Look at the carry already, rushing for the corrosion site as her first item. And yeah, that is a really good early game for the side of Chaos, I would say. They already have the goal lead, they have the kills on their board. And yeah, their lanes overall, they're all doing really well. But in game, no!
And the slashing coming in from Cyber once again is going to be capitalizing in 2 kills there whatsoever. It's going to be Siren though, still trying to do a lot there. Did get that triple petrification, but will he be able to survive? Yes, he did survive. And look at just the time where Kyrie, I would just call him Kyrie, right? Because that's basically going to be Kyrie. But if you look at the replay there, it's the perfect time. Okay, we're going to see Cyber again doing something. I did Romcom came in, but it was too late. The fact that the Fanny already has the purple, and that was easily taken down with the double kill. But also that perfect petrification coming up from Salim there. And then basically that's what happened. It's going to be Kenshin almost get taken out. The Heart Guard is going to come in to save Kenshin. But then again, Raging Sandstorm comes in. Art is going to be one to get the kill on towards Kenshin. But Kylo, on the other hand, would survive this onslaught coming from Sacred Shrine. And they have to dip for more. But Van Satoru wasting no time to take this turtle right now. And they have 2 members to kind of give them enough foundation for this turtle to take it.
Indeed, and that is the second turtle to the hands of India. But look at Cyber there, he just comes in time. Not in time actually, just comes a little bit late, and he, just misses off the show onto the turtle. But look at the jungle here onto the hands of Chaos. It's gonna be Art once again who's gonna be aggressive. I feel like every time Art he goes, and step onto the jungle of Chaos, he basically dies because every time it's just the Fanny bursting him down. But man, look at Sticker combo on the Raging Sandstorm, beautifully connects onto the Fanny. But man, look at the Lapu Lapu as well, going berserk, slaughtering going on. Sareem going with the Petrify, going in with
that is a perfect Sareem there. Finally, that is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. But definitely, I think, still kind of favors the side of Sacred Shrine, the fact that they were able to take out some people. But Van Satoru getting caught in the midst of it. Going to be stuck by the passive of Sarim again. But for now, it's going to be a hard guard at Yuzong, which is a very hard, composition to kill. but Van Satoru wasting no time to take the purple as well because they have to contest for this. Cyber doesn't have the purple, so this is going to be hard for them to kind of secure the plays, but it seems like there's an invade onto the mid side here as Sacred Shrine are looking for an evasive maneuver, but once again, Cyber is going to take a little bit of those tornadoes last jump from hard. But once again, the hard guard, like the 20-second cooldown, is so great. Sareem also is going to get melted down by the snipe coming in from Faye with the Dead Sonata. And still, more is going to be happening as they're still going for 5 kills. Seems like Genshin is going to get taken out because the spatial migration comes in to stop his tracks. And with that, it's going to be, I think, Romcom securing the kill.
That is a beautiful comeback from Sacred Shrine, I would say. Early game, they were kind of throwing off a bit. They were overextending. But now they have the pace on their side, and man, they're just going full berserk on the invasion. They're wasting no time. They're getting their hands on any resource possible and available to them. And oh my goodness, look at Kylo. He's just being forced out of that flicker as well on the
Oh, Sareem! Triple petrification once again, but he's gonna get taken down by Freight because that's too much damage coming in for the side of Sacred Shrine. They get the double as well. It's gonna be Kylo falling down. Kyrie is gonna take taken down. Kenshin shuts down Fade, but that is gonna be a 1-3 trade in favor of Sacred Shrine this time, and this might as well be the turtle taking for the side of Sacred.
Man, just look at the replay. I mean, man, this was a one heck of a set from Sareem, but unfortunately there was not enough follow-up. Man, look at him, the way he came in with the Blight Dragon, beautiful Petrify combo, but yeah, the Shard residue did not pop up in time, and yeah, that did not sustain him quite well. But look at, look at Kylie as well. He's just being taken down by the Granger as well, and yeah, at least, they got a trade-off. It was Kyrie who came in time to pick up the Granger as well.
Yeah, that is very true. It seems like Attraction Pal being used by Bit. It's gonna miss for now, so it's gonna take a bit while to get back the tracks. But as you can see, it seems like Romcom picks up the dominance ice already if they want to go for the engagement. This is good for the Yuzong, especially. Same with the Hard Guard Shield of Kylo, but it seems like that's going to be a perfect spatial migration. But still, Cyber finds that, a very close call to evade the spatial migration, though that's going to be a surviving jungler for the side of Pakistan once again. But Van Satoru this time, he knows the way, and he also has the accuracy to actually stop Cyber from doing anything.
Indeed. And yeah, Cyber, I feel like this time around, he's put on oh my goodness, Cyber, he can't really get any buff. Buff from Cyber has already been taken. And yeah, this is the problem with the Fanny, current meta. With all the recent nerf in the recent patches, she's really underperforming, and she can't really, perform well. But yeah, look at Sareem as well. He's just going full berserk on the Granger and the hard guard.
Fade! Fade's in trouble, but still gonna get the kill onto her Cyber. But Sareem would be one to kind of trade things out as Artoria also gets down Sareem there. That is going to be a 2-1 trade. Still in favor, make it a 3-1 because Van Satoru takes down the Angelic Doll. But also the flicker coming in from Kyrie there has to force out because Save 2 there is going to cost a life because they cannot lose this because Sacred Shrine are just capitalizing on everything. They take down the mid lane inhibitor. They're going for the bot lane as well because they have extra minions, but the Holy Shield is still there. So that would be a successful defense on the bot side, but they were able to capitalize a lot. But Cyber is still going to go for a bit of a cheeky one, but I don't think he has enough energy to do anything. But what is actually going on, everyone?
Look at Romcom. I feel like Romcom is going to do something here. He might go in with the flicker, but no, he's just not going to extend himself onto the crystal. Instead, they're just going to pressurize.
Kyrie takes down Bit there, but it's going to get traded out with Romcom, getting the killing spree. Artoria with that perfect Raging Sandstorm also survives there. And with that, it's going to be a 1-4 trade, but it seems like Romcom is still going to go for the play as Cyber gets taken out by Fade. Here comes the knockup coming into Sareer. Is going to bite down every petals of the side of Sacred Shrine, but he also gets spatial migrated, so that's going to be Fade getting the double on towards Sareem with Sacred Shrine catching up to the kills, catching up to the turrets also, even if they don't get that perfect early game start.
Yeah, man. Sacred Shrine are going full berserk. They're slaughtering each and every member from the hands of Chaos. Now, there is just no space for Chaos to make a comeback, I feel like. Because even though there's a carry, you can carry them. Even Sacred Shrine, they have a Granger that can outrange the carry and, overwhelm her. Look at Romcom. going in
Romcom
with the
is in a
Cyber.
pickle. But I would say he also tanks a lot of damage. He almost gets taken out, but a lot of members falling and crashing on Romcom. The shutdown coming in from Kyrie. And also they're going to go for Artoria more. That is going to be the Dragon Tail slaying art. And that, once again, 2 kills for the side of Chaos in defense. But Cyber is still trying to do a lot. But without the purple, I don't know if they can do much.
Indeed, indeed. Without the purple, it's going to be really tough for Cyber to actually go for the kills. But man, Cyber, somehow, still without the purple, manages to get a full kill combo on. Oh my goodness, Bolty, look at Sareem. He's going in full berserk as well. He knows that there's no DPS now to burst him down. He's super extending. Wow, what is going on?
Is going to be another Cyber comes in, takes out Van Satoru instantly. This guy is a real assassin. Man, I didn't know that Fanny was gonna work here. I did know that it could work because the fact that they don't have a very suppressive crowd control for the side of Sacred Shrine. But this time around, Cyber is getting, you know, is basically, oh, never mind. Something's happening here. It's gonna be a bit here, chunking down lots of HP. Hardguard comes in to save Cyber again. Sarim is looking for an angle to defend, but it's also Kyrie trying to take out somebody, but instead has to use the Yin Yang on towards the bot inhibitor here. It's gonna be Artoria taking down Kyrie more again, and they are still looking for an angle to take more members, because that is gonna be 1 dead for the side of Pakistan as Fate try to go for the sniping session, but too late because the Fountain Heal is gonna save Kyrie. Here comes the Big Black Dragon, but still he can get melted down easily, so they have to be very careful. Art is gonna get disabled of his sand eating, but there is gonna be the Cyber here, has that purple, and once he goes back, it's gonna be a very smooth sailing for them. It feels like it's gonna be Fate taking the kill on towards the rim, and look at Cyber starting to come and capitalize, but Fate on the Granger is going to get a double there for some reason, so it's gonna be a 1-2 trade on both of the teams in favor of Sacred Shrine.
Man, that was a really close kill. So, you know, Cyber, he almost took down Fate with just merely a slither of HP left. But yeah, he was able to sustain that, but it seems like, you know, right now...
That was an Umbrella trying to pull out Romcom, but you have 3 members, 2 heavy crowd controls, and a damage dealer. That is not something you would want to stay there forever, but that is going to be all the inhibitors down for the side of Chaos this time. Pakistan seems like they are struggling against this lineup of Sacred Shrine, but they are trying their best to clear out the minions as much as possible, but I think only a miracle would save them at this point.
Yeah, I feel like that's very true, because this time around they're really struggling against Sacred Shrine. They have capitalized each and every resource on the map. They have taken each and every buff. This is gonna be 6 buff that they're gonna be invading. Look at Cyber, he's going in with the Angela, but man, that is just too much overextending. Look at Satoru. He gets bursted down by the carry as well. Look at Kenshi just going berserk, and that is going to be a hard guard protecting her from far away. But man, look at...
My goodness, Fade! Fade went for the triple there, and he might as well go for the Maniac, because Sarim is out there by himself, pops in the Wind of Nature, and that is Sacred Shrine, their first Maniac. And they are also able to take down Chaos in the process. And that is game number 1 to the side of India.
Oh, that was a very intense game. But what do you feel like? How are you feeling about the first game against India and Pakistan? I feel like that was a really heated game. So much aggression and little to no rest for the team fights. Team fights were just basically from the start till the end. We did see that, you know, in the early phases of the game, Chaos, they were actually doing quite well with the help of the Fanny. Cyber, he was getting kills in the early game, already securing you know, a kill in the first 50 seconds of the game. But yeah, even Art, he did manage to get a first blood onto the Kagura, which was kind of an equalizer. But yeah, in the middle of the game, right, they did face off a lot of trouble against the Khalid, because Artorio, he was just going full on aggression with the Khalid. He was invading the Fanny way too, which kind of put the Fanny on a chokehold, because Cyber, he was just unable to farm as fast as Van Satoru. Even though Van Satoru in the early phases of the game, he was delayed by the farm quite a lot. He did die as well, but yeah, while he was dead as well, he was still able to farm up way faster compared to Cyber, because Cyber was just being invaded through and fro, whereas Vamsatru, he could have just he could just even free farm on the turtle without any competition whatsoever. And yeah, as for the goal lanes, I feel like the goal laner as well was struggling really hard against Fate, because Kenshi on the carry, she was definitely having a hard time against the Granger, because the Granger ranges the carry with the Dead Sonata and the Rhapsody, and that can really overwhelm a marksman like a carry who is very short on the basic attack range. But overall, I feel like this was a very close game between these teams, because it was a game of snowball. It was a game which depended mostly on the early game execution, and whoever ball in the early game, they could win the game. And it was Sacred Shrine who snowballed in the early game, because if the Fanny, somehow Cyber, he managed to snowball in the early game, I feel like he could have easily carried this game, because there was no proper counter for the Fanny. The only tool which they had to put the Fanny on Choco was the spatial migration. Most of the times, even the spatial migration did not hit the Fanny, so that was there. But I do have to say that hats off to Cyber for making use of the Fanny, even though she was put on such a chokehold in the early game. Somehow, even without the purple buff, he was still able to secure so many kills throughout the game.
Yeah, that is very true once, but I would say Cyber actually abused the fact that you can get your energy back on towards your fountain. So that is what he did, or yeah, he already did, because the fact that you can go back, get back your energy, come back and swipe out everybody. Usually that is also used as a very defensive maneuver, and if you have enough let's say damage and also the skill to pull out the cables inside your base, you can also kind of defend without that purple buff as well. But right now we're looking at our MVPs. Right now it's going to be Fade, of course, with the highest damage and the highest GPM, with almost 100k damage. But unfortunate the fact that Granger cannot get that 100k, because the match actually didn't go far to like 20 minutes. It's ended in 14 minutes, so the highest damage taken is going to go towards the side of Sarim, but Bit will be the one to get the most assists out of this.
Yeah, I feel like even the EXP laner from the side of Chaos was really good. Sarim actually was doing really good job in the early phases of the game. And yeah, he was providing a lot of protection as well, but it was basically the mid phase of the game where they fell off. But it seems like Bolty is he is just gone Mr. India. If you guys know who is Mr. India, he's a famous character from a movie who goes invisible and he can appear visible anytime. And there we go, Mr. India is back. Bolty is back onto the screen with me. Yeah. As I was talking, about the game, it was definitely the phase of the game which caused the downfall of Chaos, because they kind of collapsed in the jungle, which which created a lot of fallacies, because there were just too many specs, too many gaps that needed filled with the jungler being pressured. And when the jungle is pressured, the entire team it starts crumbling, because if your jungler is not doing well, your sides are not going to do well, and even your mid laner can't do well. And Kyle on the not Kyle actually, Kyrie on the Kagura was a bit underperforming, I would say, because the Kagura in this draft was kind of off. She could the Kagura can easily pick up the Ranger as well as. But the fact that they were so behind on the farm, she couldn't, make use much of the Kagura. But there were, there were a few situations where the Kagura actually pick up a few kills here and there, especially on Bid, as well as I would say that it was Art, who was kind of going into deep into the team fight with his colleague.
That is true once, but that basically, past the way, path one victory for India, right? So we're gonna see how India plays it this time around because they have the one, they do have the match point to their holdings, but Chaos right now, they have learned. I think they have gotten a very good experience on how Sacred Shrine plays, so they have to come up with a counter draft now. But oh, look at that! They would pick the Angela on the first half, but instead, right now, they're gonna be banning the Angela on their side. But right now, Sacred Shrine once again taking out the Gatot Kacha because they do not want to face the Gatot Kacha in this earlier phases. I mean, they got the first pick. Maybe Art can go for the Gatot Kacha because I kind of know that he plays well with the Gatot Kacha as well. But no, it's going to be the Gatot being out of the question now. And Sacred Shrine, let's see what is going to be their second ban. It could be a Lancelot, could be in the previous ban. We see a Grok also, but this is Expanding Rivers. But in terms of Expanding Rivers, I feel like you can also pick a very, tanky high CC heroes. The fact that the river is going to give you that move, movement speed boost if you want to go for high rotations, especially with high crowd control heroes. But that is gonna be a Baxia ban on the side of Sacred Shrine. They're looking, it seems like they're looking for a new set of drafting here in terms of picks. I don't think they're gonna go for the usuals.
Yeah, I feel like they're definitely cooking up a new kind of a draft here, especially Chaos, since they're banning away the Angela. I feel like the Angela in the current meta, she is pretty popular in rank map. And yeah, I do face a lot of support players, which is kind of gross because I hate support players. They always mess up the game. But yeah, no offense to any support player out there who's watching. Not every supporter is the same. So yeah, the one who's watching the international is definitely a really good support, because if you weren't watching the international, right? Yeah, talking about the Angela though, in tournaments she's not really, she's not really good because there are so many other roamers that can outshine her, outperform her. We did see that in the previous game. It was actually Arturio on the Khalid who was being so aggressive, and there was basically no front line who could go in front and go head on with Art, because Art was just being so aggressive. Even if Angela, she tries to go and tank, she's gonna get melted down because she is just such a squishy support. All she can do is just throw the heal from the back, and that's it. Unless and until you don't have the ultimate, you can't really.
Indeed, once. So Angela, out of the option, that's why once was such a jolly guy right now. Okay, we're gonna be seeing, like we said, Sacred Shrine really hated the Grok. They don't want to give it to Art. They don't want to give it to Kylo as well. So this time around, Kylo is gonna be picking a new roamer, not the Angela, of course. But they're taking out the CC, they're taking out the Hilda, of course. I think Hilda also is actually a very justified ban. The fact that in Expanding Rivers, Hilda can, 2 times her movement speed. Because that would be way too crazy, just zooming across the map from top to bottom. Alright, the first phase of the ban has been completed. So the first pick is going to come from the side of Sacred Shrine with... it seems like Van Sutter are gonna go for the first pick, but it seems like a priority would go to the side of, I think, Roamer and EXP instead of mid lane. But oh no, they're still gonna go for a bit with the mid lane Kimi, because I feel like Kimi also works well in their favor in that previous match. So it seems like they're gonna be doing a similar draft, but maybe this time go for gold lane fighter.
I mean, they could do that, but they have to be careful if they're gonna go for for the fighter gold lane, because they do, Chaos, they do have the last pick, and in the last pick they can pull out a Nathan or a carry as well. But yeah, look at their picks though. Look at Chaos going for a jungle. What is going on? It seems like they're tired of Sacred Shrine with the assassins. So they're just gonna pull out their assassin here, and yeah, they're gonna pull out the higher boost and the Granger. It seems like they are quite aware of Fate and his Granger, and they're gonna deny that Granger to Fate by not banning it, but by picking it. So let's see how Kenshin, he's gonna execute this Granger. But I feel like, once you've exposed the Granger in the early phase of the game, there can be a lot of counter as well. Because, if there is a Granger, there is a high possibility that we could see a Iratel or, a fighter gold laner as well. So there's that. Volti, look at Chaos. They're actually going for a Lunox as well. This is a very, very, very interesting draft here, and I feel like Fate is on the Arlot. I feel like the Arlot is gonna be thrown onto the goal lane, and the Granger will definitely have a hellish time against the Arlot because the Arlot has so much burst, so much sustain, and so much crowd control. He can just basically slash you out in the early phases of the game with a 3 Vengeance. Vengeance, not the spell, but actually his second skill. That's the name of his skill. So if I say Vengeance, please do not imagine it's actually the name of his skill. So yeah, with the Vengeance, he can put the Granger on a big chokehold in the early phases of the game as well. And yeah, I do like the Lunox pick here. But the Lunox, since you've already exposed the Lunox, they might not go for a tanky composition because the Lunox is known for bursting down tanky heroes. So instead, they might go for something which is not so tanky, but something which has a very high crowd control.
Yep, that is very true. A nice way to put it there once, and it seems like Chaos are actually gonna follow the way that you are kind of drafting for them. But yes, I did feel like a Lapu was coming for the side of Sacred Shrine, but I was not aware that they are gonna go for the this Arlot Gold. But I feel like it's gonna work out because Arlot right now is kind of like a pick-off hero, especially against what Kenshi picked here is going to be a Granger. So as long as he has that demonic gaze over Kenshi, Kenshin has to play very safe. If not, that's going to be a free kill for Fate. And Fate might go for the, high burst. Maybe he could pick up the Sea Halberd and the, let's say, Sea Halberd and the Fury Hammer early on. And that is going to give him enough damage to just bully the heck out of Kenshi. But right now, look at the second phase of the banning session. Chaos have already take out some, potential hero picks for the side of Sacred Shrine for Van Satoru. That is going to be the late game monster that is a Yishin, and also an early game monster that's going to be a Joy. But on the side of Sacred Shrine, they take out the pick-off hero, that's a Kalia. They don't want an Esmeralda to be glazing on, which is kind of like a counter to a Lapu, because Lapu passive gives him shield. So yeah, the way Sacred Shrine are drafting, I did know that Sacred Shrine are very good at drafting before when they were known as Eliminators. Even an Indian MPL caster, Kronos, did say that Sacred Shrine or the past Eliminators are very good with their draft. And look at how they're pulling things out. They actually went for the Fedrin instead for the utility. And I did say the Fedrin utility is actually good for the jungler, because once it gets to later phase, it's going to be the Hayabusa, usually very useless. The only way he could, prove useful against his team is basically taking out the bit. That is going to be the mid lane Kimi here. And look at that, like we've said. Wait, okay, this is interesting. Okay, Art is actually pulling out the Ruby Roam, it seems like. And okay, Romcom is gonna go EXP. This formation is very high crowd control, so they are basically gonna lead their late game to bid on the Kimi. That is how Sacred Shrine played, and against a Chaos lineup here, I'm not exactly sure, because the only one that could be melting them down would be the their mid laner, that is the Lunox, like you already said. But a debut pick of the tree, Beleric. This is getting interesting. I think it's also maybe a good counter against the Arlot, because an Arlot would just come flying down. But if you fly too close to a Beleric, that is going to be the Wrath of the Dire onto your face, stopping the rampant of what Fate is going to be doing. So this is looking good for the side of Chaos.
I am a bit skeptical, Bolty, of Beleric. Yes, Beleric, he is just a punching bag. Beleric has no crowd control, just his first skill, which is a taunt, which is either a hit or miss, and his ultimate, the Wrath of the Dire, which is hit or miss as well. So he has no setting to capability, and he has to run to the enemies to stun them. And you can't really catch a Kimmy on foot. Right? You need some kind of a dash, a skill to kind of get close to the Kimmy. But I feel like if he pick up the Vengeance, he can actually not the Vengeance, actually the Flicker. If he picks Flicker, he might go with a surprise Flicker out of fire, and that a bit of a set for the hits as well. But yeah, we're gonna see what will happen in this game.
Yep, and into the land of dawn we go again. SIGA presents the True International South Asia Grand Arena. Here we're going to be looking at game number 2 of match number 1, and on to the desk is going to be none other than Bolty and once again to be finishing the match for this second time. And look at this, both of the junglers have started clearing their jungles, but it seems like it's going to be Van Satoru or Sacred Shrine going for the invade, because I feel like they know that they can invade this Hayabusa easily.
Yo, look at Fade. He's being bullied by the Ranger in the in the first 2 minutes of the game. But once he hits that level 4, it's gonna be
oh, look at that. Art gonna be coming in the spinny here. Gonna take some 2 CC crowd controls down onto where Cyber and the Kylo indeed. But like I said once, we did see that one's prediction on the Flicker actually came in clutch. And also, look at the Flicker coming in from Kenshin then. But it's still going to be a kill for the side of Sacred Shrine with the first. The fact that they have enough sustain to go for the kill. And Kenshi wasn't able to do anything because the Belleric didn't even rotate. So this is going to be a smooth sailing to the side of Sacred Shrine. As you see, they already take down Kenshi.
Indeed, a smooth sail for the side of Sacred Shrine as well. But yeah, as for
Bit. I think Bit is down. Bit is down. He forced the Flicker to kind of escape things, and Bit lives to see another day. Like we said, the Flicker is usually used to counter a Hayabusa, and that is going to be the perfect way of utilizing that micro.
That is indeed a very good way to, use the Flicker to escape the Hayabusa out. But I do... Oh my goodness, look at there.
Okay.
During the first turn. Hey, Reed.
Oh, man. The Van's gonna go for the bursting session. Kylo couldn't do anything. Instead, eat the Appraiser's Wrath head on from Van Satoru as they take another kill for the side of Sacred Shrine, and they are going for the invade session here. Kyrie won't be able to do anything. It's gonna be Van Satoru connecting those crowd controls. They take out Kyrie. Here comes the Wrath of the Dire, but is it gonna be enough to take down the members? But Cyber gonna come in with a Chaos Assault, assaulted Artoria, and with that being said, they did take him out, but comes in with the Brilliance as well. It's gonna be Bit getting in trouble here with a double kill coming in from Cyber. Want to go for the triple, but too much crowd control comes in as Fade gets the kill as well on bot. It's going to be a 1v1 session. Romcom is kind of losing things out, but Sarim finally stops with the Black Dragon form. And with that being said, it's going to be a better trade for the side of Sacred Shrine once again.
Yeah, that is definitely early game lead that Sacred Shrine to have. But look at the Arlot, look at Fade, man. He's aggressive. He doesn't care if there are 2 members. Still just gonna go in. And yeah, markup. Oh my goodness, look at the Contraction Pulse connecting beautifully, but it's gonna be the Brilliance popping out onto the...
What is going on? There is a death on the bot side. There's also a bat on the mid side. And once again, it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. But Romcom taking the dip there. But it's also going to be Cyber getting killed here.
Man, that was a 1-to-1 trade indeed. But look at Kyle there. He's just going in with the Hayabusa. He's trying to, look for a possible lost lamb, but he can't really find it. So now he's just gonna recall back to the base, and he's just gonna go back into the farming. But yeah, the second turtle of the game is gonna be spawning in about 10 seconds. And it seems like, Van Satoru, he's already ready. But yeah, he's looking for a gang onto the bot lane. It seems like there's gonna be a 4-man gang. That is a beautiful connection of all the crowd control that they have. That is, basically stun lock, and there is nothing that Serene can do against those 4 heroes, because there's just so much crowd control he has. He does not have the Black Dragon form to escape it, and this is gonna be a turtle which is gonna be uncontested, because jungler from the Hand of Chaos is all the way onto the other side of the map. But Bolty, look at the skirt.
India is on a rampage here. Traction Pulse takes in Kylo. Kylo is down. Bit is gonna get the double as well. Romcom also takes kill onto her Cyber. So 3 members down for the side of Chaos. Right now they're going to look for more, but Sarim instead gets the kill. but Sarim gets taken down. It's going to be a trade from all sides, but 2 to 4 2 to 3 trade. I would say 2 to 4 trade was actually very good for the side of Sacred Shrine, as you see. But right now I did want to mention that Kyrie was swapped with Cyber in terms of roles.
Yeah, he did kind of swap out the roles here with with Cyber. It was Cyber actually who was the jungler. It seems like they were kind of disappointed with the way they were playing each other's roles, so now there was a swap out. But yeah, even though they swap out the roles, it's not really working the way they want it to work. But yeah, look at the top lane though. There are like 3 people ganking on the Granger. The Granger, he's really struggling, but look at the Lapu Lapu as well. Sustaining so much damage.
Romcom, he's doing a lot. He's doing the work of an EXP. It's going to be a shadow kill to shut down Romcom, though. If it weren't for that, it could have been a saving grace. But Van Satoru would be the one to kind of clear things out. Misses the eruption as well. Look at the brilliance coming in from this side here. It seems like Cyber trying to do something, force out the flicker as well. But look at the Chaos Assault takes out Bit as well. But it's still a very good play. The fact that you were supposed to die anyway, take down one if you're going to go down. That's how I think Cyber rolls. In terms of micro, that was absolutely crazy. Here comes the good Black Dragon again from Sarim. Has to defend this very bot lane, but it's of course it's going to be the Petrify coming up. It knocks out Art, but it's going to be Sarim getting caught in the midst of it, and that is going to be a final slash, and Fate takes the final blow as well. Van Satoru is still going to go for Kylo, but Kylo is very squishy. The fact that he does not have gold, he does not have the items, that is so much damage for him to take.
Man, India is on a rampage. Look at the bomb. Oh my goodness, the bomb.
Oh, whoa, Kyrie session there. They take down Fade with that shadow kill. And that is the way of how you want to play the legacy of the Kyrie. It's inside, but he's going to get taunted down. Gets killed instantly by Romcom. Shutdown session here. The more bold you go, the fair less you get. But that is Bit once again taking down the mid lane tier 1, and is going to be in favor for the side of Sacred Shrine. Oh, look at the combination of the Appraiser's Wrath and also the Art with the Arm Offended. They were able to get the 2 kill there with a perfect execution, and this might as well is going to get rewarded with a free turtle as well.
That is a free turtle indeed. They are getting the turtles too without competition whatsoever. But yeah, it's looking really dire for Chaos. They're just being put on such a chokehold. They can't really do anything. And yeah, if you take a look at Kenshi, man, this guy is really struggling to even stack up, because the moment he goes out of his turret, out of his base, it's just Fate going in with the Arlot and just bursting him down quite instantly. And yeah, look at this. This is what they're doing. Look at the top lane. So much map control. Oh goodness, look at Fate just going in full berserk. But yeah, that's gonna be the ultimate on the high boots have been popped. The final slash does not connect, but somehow Fate still manages to get a kill, and onto the bot side as well. That was a 1v, but still somehow Romcom manages to get a kill. But look at Van Satoru as well. He's going.
That is a perfect way. And that right wants to drop that final Appraiser's Wrath. 4 members down for the side of Chaos, with 1 member traded out for Sacred Shrine. It's going to be Van Satoru, but they do have the damage dealer still left. So that is going to be all the outer turrets down for Chaos. And Sacred Shrine, they would be using the final slash to pull out Kylo, but that's going to be more happening because the flicker. I'm Offended comes in, as well as look at Fate takes down Cyber. Romcom also takes out somebody, but Art is going to get traded out, but it's for a 1-2 trade, so it was a W. Here comes Kyrie trying to do something. That's going to be a shutdown for Romcom. He takes him down, but it's going to be the other way around. He tried to stall the members of Sacred Shrine as they are going for the chase, but Kyrie might go for a little bit of an outplay session here. He didn't have his squad shadow just yet, but he just pops it away. He's gonna go for the ultimate, but it seems like nope. He is looking for a place, but Bit knows where he is going to use that second skill, and that is Kyrie down the drain.
Man, this is looking really sad. Look at the Brilliance as well being forced out onto the Lunox by the Fredwin. And that is a contraction pulse. He connected. My goodness, Bolty, look at this. What is
that? All happening on the Appraiser's Wrath being missed by Cyber using the Chaos Assault to evade the Appraiser's Wrath. And then they still lose 2 members in that fight, but it's going to be Sacred Shrine trying to end it all because they don't have enough members. Van Satoru gonna go for the Eruption here. It seems like here comes the entropy of everybody to get the kill. 2 members will fall in that very tower dive for the side of Sacred Shrine. They're gonna get the triple here. Bit is looking for a Maniac session. Could be possible. 2 inhibitors being cracked for the side of Chaos, as they are going to go for the Crystal Log. It seems now Fade trying to pull things out. The flicker coming from Kenshin again. He's trying to, defend the base. But Kylo gets taken down by Bid. Legendary for the side of Sacred Shrine as they end this game number 2 with an absolute clean sweep.
Oh my goodness, Balti. These games were so fast, and India just on an absolute domination. They are, handling this way too. I feel like they're just being too dominant, I would say, because the way they were playing, right? They just have so much map control. They have they have such a good macro, and overall the micro as well is really good. They know what they have to do when they're alone, and they know what they have to do when they are with the teams. Their synergy, as I've already talked about it earlier, when we were talking about the teams, it's a really good synergy, and they know what each player they have on their mind. They don't even have to communicate. If they play together, they know what the other person is going to do. But yeah, take a look at the MVP of the game. It is going to be none other than Bet onto the Kimmy, and he is going to be sweeping up the beautiful MVP with a KDA of I can't really see the KDA, but yeah, I do see the 75% 7 participation and damage, 54k damage dealt. That is actually insane. He's dealing a lot of damage, and overall we can see the overview. You can see that the damage dealt is definitely highest on Bit because he is just such a high DPS hero, and it's also followed up by Romcom and then followed up by Fade. As for the damage taken, the highest damage taken, it's definitely going to be Van Satoru with 43k damage taken on his Fredrin, followed up by Art on the Ruby. And yeah, look at this side-by-side comparison as well. We can see the lot, overwhelming Granger onto the laning phases, going in with a 4-1-12 KDA, quite a solid KDA for the All-Out. And as for the Granger, pretty unfortunate, a 0-3 KDA. And as for the junglers, I would say that, Kyrie, he did perform quite well in this game, even though there was, a lot of potholes, a lot of gaps that was, being created from the side of Sacred Shrine. But overall, it is definitely Sacred Shrine who's going to take the win, and with the better control and better execution of the game.
Indeed, once, and look at Bit KDA just there. We were searching for his KDA, but look at that monstrous KDA. That is 12-2-9. I think he would be very sufficient of having at least 50 plus Skypiercer stacks. But don't forget Artoria with the set as well. The fact that Sacred Shrine will went for a full macro play there with their synergy, comes in with the I'm Offended, and just when I think Van Satoru hits the Appraiser's Wrath as well. And if they still didn't die, there was Bit to secure the kills with the Skypiercer. That itself, it's a perfect time for Sacred Shrine to just absolutely delete Chaos on that play. And yes, they were able to take this game number 2 for themselves of playing perfectly and immaculately. So that is going to be a 10-minute 30-second game. And as you see, our heroes of this match is going to be Bit on the highest GPM. Romcom is going to have the highest damage as an EXP laner. It wasn't Bid. It wasn't any damage dealer. It wasn't Van Satoru as well. Instead, it's going to be Romcom over there in a perfect way of getting the highest damage. Sarim also is the sandbag for the side of Chaos, but it was just a Yuzong. The Yuzong couldn't do much as well in this scenario, so it was kind of unfortunate. Artorio, on the other hand, having 17 assists, and like we said, it was usually Artorio making perfect sets for the other teammates to come in and get the secures. So I think Artoria definitely deserved that Rome MVP on their end.
Indeed, Bolty. That is very true. And overall, I would say this is, these are very well deserving EA. And yeah, I guess this concludes the first game. That was a very, very quick game. Number 2, that was actually finished off in merely about 10 minutes. It didn't even reach 11-minute mark where, we get to see the Lord being contested, the Lord dance, the fight, the push, and overall, the things that we usually see. It was actually a very fast-paced game. And Sacred Shrine, they overall, they had the advantage right off the early game from the start. They just had, the good draft against Chaos, because Chaos, right, they had the Hayabusa who was going to carry the game in the early phases of the game. But Sacred Shrine, they responded with a utility jungle. And utility jungle, they perform really well against assassins. So there's that as well, because the utility jungle, they can overwhelm the assassin jungle. But yeah, I guess that concludes the first game, and it is India who's going to be taking the first win for tonight with a beautiful clean sweep, 2 points onto their hand. And unfortunately for Chaos, it's going to be 0 points.
That is very true. And look at the group standings right now. Group A has been updated with 6 points on Sacred Shrine. With that, they were able to redeem themselves on this current Group A, because Larry was the one leading without any losses on 5 points. And look at Sacred Shrine. They got 6 right now, competing and keeping Larry to the second spot and second position. And as for Chaos, though, they are still dwindling down on the 3-point session there. So there's still hope for them, though. As long as they don't secure the negative points, it would be good for them. And start of Group B, though, since we're going to be having the next match as Vintage Victory versus September 9. We also see their standings right now, but I think that is going to be for the future casters that we're going to be getting for their match number 2. Other than that, I feel like this is going to be the end of match number 1 with Sacred Shrine. Like already mentioned, India taking the lead for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for watching this match number 1. Do stay tuned for match number 2, because it's going to be interesting, because it's going to be against Bangladesh and Nepal, and with a new set of casters, I feel like. And with that being said, it's going to be me and Juan's going to be signing off for now, but don't forget Blade Armor, because he was also watching in the back when looking for Juan's. But for now, we're gonna bid him goodbye. With that being said, stay tuned, stay hydrated, and also drink a Dr. Pepper.
So, welcome back to this True International South Asia Grand Arena tournament out here. So it's me, your caster for today, Hades, and I am here out with Cantarella, who will be with me for this game number or match number two, which is up against Vintage Victories and September 9. Vintage Victories from Bangladesh and September 9 from Nepal. So it is going to be a really fun game. And what do you think about this game, Cantarella?
Oh, actually, the Vintage Victory and the September 9 are two good teams, and the Vintage Victory had they are savage in their goal lane by the Cadera, and their Kia the jungler is very OP as well, and also don't forget about the September 9 that got at Roma. There we have, and so there are so many players, and you might see the last matches they have played. They were so well in sync and so overpowered, and can't wait to see the match between those two Gora teams. So let's get going.
Yep, indeed. Indeed. We are heading right into the drafting phase, and it is really going to be an interesting game. So let's see who gets on the blue side. I think it is September Night on the blue side who will be having their first pick. And for now, let's look how it goes because we are already into this first drafting phase of the game. So the map, it's going to be an expanding river, and we already have some bans out there. So from September 9, it's going to be uh, Lancelot and Uranus. So Lancelot, it is a really good ban, a respect ban for Kia, who did a great job in this first game. His Lancelot
Yeah.
was so OP. Bro really had a 985 GPM on that first game. So yeah, it is a respect ban coming out from the side of September 9, with Uranus also being banned. Whereas for Vintage Victories, they went for that mid lane Sushin as well as the Katot. Katot is really a great roam, and yeah, not to forget that Sandesh is one of the OP roamers in this tournament.
Yeah. So, they are going for the CC ban, and the Lancelot ban must be the respect ban for the against Kia, for because as you said in the first match he mastered and dashed all the enemies. And as for the Sushin, she can give really a hard time for every tank heroes and short range heroes, like in current meta, like Xborg and other Gatot and all the other heroes, Bashia. So tank heroes will be so in trouble with Sushin, right? Sushin with them. Okay, I think that's why they ban Sushin.
Yep, Shin is a pretty good ban. She is really good up against those utility picks, such as those fighter gold lanes as well as the utility junglers. So yeah, Zushin is a quite good ban. And here we have a CC also being banned from the side of September 9, which is currently in that meta in that gold lane. She can dish out a lot of damage, and Kadera got a savage with that CC, so it
Yeah.
is also a respect ban from the side of September 9. Whereas Vintage Victories, their third ban, is an Alice who can, sustain so much in those team fights. And yep, she is really good in, blocking those damage, getting those hit on her. And as a sandbag, she is really OP. But for the picks, September 9th, they went for the YZ, Yuzhong out there, the Black Dragon, who is also very strong in this patch. And yeah, I really like the pick YZ out there. But for Vintage Victories, they answer back with a Katot and a Lapu, which is also a pretty solid pick out there. Grok is already out there, who is, one of the
Yeah.
best roamers right now in this patch, along with Katot. So yeah, the picks are really good.
So yeah, I think the Omega Flow has gone with his comfort pick with Yuzong, and you might have seen in the last match, the Omega Flow did a great job dealing with the backline and dashing out the backline and taking the initiate. So, and they are going for the Parsa and Hayabusa pick. So what do you think about these two picks?
For me, Farsa and a Hayabusa. Like it is a really good pick, but it's quite vulnerable as well because right now Vintage Victories have yet to reveal the jungle mid lane as well as the gold, so it is going to be quite a risk play out there because yeah, Farsa, so she has to be very careful with the positioning because there is a tech charge coming onto her. Lunox is also there with the brilliance who can just go in, dive inside and dish out a lot of damage with her dark ultimate. And Lapu as well. Lapu can also go to the back door easily with that bravest fighter, and that Landshaker is also going to be very troublesome for that Farsa. So she needs to be really in a good position if she wants to cast her ultimate, that feather airstrike, which can also deal a huge amount of damage. So for the side of Vintage Victories, the Lunox pick also looks really good because as a shred, she can shred a lot those utility picks really well, and her dark ultimate, it's really crazy. The damage, the burst coming out from Lunox is really crazy, and I like the pick from the side of Vintage Victories for now. But let's see, because the second banning phase is already started, and September 9th they went for Yi Shin. And for the side of Vintage Victories, they are going for an Esmeralda as well as Xborg. So I think they are trying to choke down those fighter gold lanes for now, and they might force September 9 to pick up a traditional MM pick. Whereas for September 9, they are really choking down those heroes, those assassins, a really respect band for Kia, and they are forcing him to play a utility which might be a Fredrin out here, which also looks really good, but let's see how it goes.
And yeah, they have the Lunox pick is a very solid pick. She can dash out the tank heroes like it's nothing, and the Ruby pick as well. She have high mobility, and she can spam her first and second skill and go here and there and drag enemies toward their team, and and she's also very sustained against all these and have a great healing. And they have picked Granger as their marksman and Hylos as their roamer by Sandesh. So let's see how. Oh, the mid lane is still open in the Vintage Victory side. Let's see. Oh no, mid lane no. What do you think? I don't understand what they are going to pick. Oh, Suyu.
Yeah, indeed, because that Ruby is going for that gold and Lunox on the mid side. So Suyo on the hand of Kia. Let's see how it goes, because I think Kia is going to do a really good job. But yeah, it's kind of doable because he is really good on those assassin junglers. And for now, the draft is out here, ladies and gentlemen. It is September 9 and Vintage Victory.
Hello.
Okay, so yep, their drafting is already out there, and both the lineups look pretty solid. But for now, I think that Vintage Victory really has a good lineup as well, because they can really go to the backside, go for that main damage dealers like Farsa and Granger. They can easily get up to those. But ladies and gentlemen, here we are for game number 1, and it's match number 2. Bangladesh, Vintage Victories, and September 9 from Nepal. So we are here in the land of dawns. So Sarab, the jungler of September 9, is going for that purple, and it is Kia from Vintage Victories from Bangladesh, who is also starting from the purple side. So it is going to be a really intense match. Both the teams are pretty strong, but here we are already having some brawl in the mid side. So yeah, let's see how it goes. So Rin is on that Lunox. He can sustain a bit with that heal coming up from that Lunox's skill.
And Kia is farming in the enemy's jungle as well, we can see. And the brawl in the mid lane as well, usually. And goal lane is struggling. The Grange is struggling against the Kadera, and yeah,
Yep, indeed. Yep, the gold lane matchup, it's quite risky for the Granger to even, get close to the Ruby because, yep, as you said, she can spam her second and first skill and she can also sustain as well as deal a lot of damage. So it is going to be hard for a Granger until he gets his item so he can, really come up for that team fight. But for now, everything looks perfectly fine for me. And yeah, as you said, Kia was out there on that enemy jungle, and I think he got few jungle creeps out there. And the turtle already being spawned in that top side of the map. So let's see who takes the first turtle. But here, Seraph is trying to do some maneuver out here. But what? Oh, Kia is also out there.
yeah, they are engaging the Omega Flow taking the lead, and
Okay,
Oh,
Brilliance
just
already
back.
being used up. They get taken down by Kia, and it is a first blood from the side of Vintage Victories. The Black Dragon was also used by Omega Flow, but it was gone to vain as he could not capitalize on that ultimate. So it might be a turtle for Kia. Feather Airstrike also being dropped down, but it is quite fine for Sean. Had to use that flicker to get off Shadow Kill from Seraph, and Seraph takes down Hercules. So it is going to be a trade, but Kia also gets taken down there by Sandesh, and it is a 2-for-1, but a turtle for the side of Vintage Victories. And they are already invading that purple buff of Kia, and it might get taken down as well. So yeah, I think this team fight favored September 9 out there, and Glorious Pathway also being used for the retreat, and Dash misses his Landshaker out there with that flicker, and it was a lot of resources being burned from both the side. But yeah, for now, September 9 are having a pretty close lead out, a little bit of a lead around 0.4k gold, and yeah, the trade really favored the side of September 9. Although Vintage Victory got the turtle, but the kills, it was a slight, fumbles coming out from Kia out there, who should not have gone for that chase and should have retreated immediately after getting that turtle. But yeah, hard luck for him.
so
And
as
yeah, really, Serap is really doing good with that Hayabusa.
and as you told, the Kia must the best choice for Kia that at the moment was the back away and go to their base and heal and come back for the fight, but he didn't go, as you see, and that's why I think they messed up at their fight.
Yup, indeed, the team fight was a pretty much messed up out there by the side of Vintage Victories. But let's see how it goes now, because the second turtle of the game is out here, and let's see who takes the turtle, and we might have to see some few brawls as well. So Seraph already has his Sky Piercer out there, and okay, it is a pretty solid one because he can now, have the advantage to snowball. Whereas for the side of Kia, I think he got his Hunter Strike as his first item. So Turtle for now is really being dropped down to slow health, and Kia gets the turtle being chased down by Omega Flow, and attack charge lands perfectly, and Omega Flow gets taken down. Sandesh very low, and Kadera is the one who takes down Sandesh as well, and it is a very good, trade for the side of Vintage Victory. Not even a trade, because it was completely for them. 2 kills as well as the turtle, and he is really being put to pressure, and Super Jenny QT also gets taken down out there.
And the turret is gone now, and
Yup,
they are invading the red buff at the right at the moment, and yeah, Parsa did use her feather. Oh my god!
Yep, indeed, Feather Airstrike also being used down out there, and it was to really capture that red buff, but I think it is Katera who got the red buff land. Glorious Pathway being used as well as the tech charge which lands perfectly, and Sandesh also gets taken down along with Lin Lin. Oh, that is really messed up. That fight is really messed up for the side of September 9. And the Rab also gets taken down out there from the side of Sorin, and it is really looking bad for the side of September 9. Vintage Victory is all over the map. Omega Flow also gets taken down by that feather airstrike, but Sorin also had to get deleted out of the map from the side of Lin Lin, who lands that feather airstrike perfectly out there. But still, man, that is a really huge lead for the side of Vintage Victory as of now. They are really doing a great job out there. Dash is all over the map as an EXP. He is doing a really good job with that Lapu Lapu. Time and again, that Bravest Fighter being used, and it is, like so picture perfect. Those stuns as well as the damage from that Bravest Fighter is landing perfectly. And I think it might be a free turtle for the side of Vintage Victories.
Yep. So Kia secured the turtle, and I think they have the best rotation in this match, because Lapu Lapu is traveling through the whole entire map and taking initiative, and there is broke our Hercules. So here down goes
that
Ranger.
was Kia from the backside who takes down Super Jenny Cutie. But yeah, Kadera also gets taken down in the meantime. But Sandesh, who is very low out there. So for now, September 9 are really trying their best to defend this feather airstrike, also being used to clear that minion wave. And it is a successful defense on the side of that mid lane. But still, then Kia is really working out that Suyu.
Parsa's feather strike, I mean, she can use it whenever she wants, because the cooldown is very low, and she can literally clear the lanes easily, and again used in the team fight as well. So
that tech charge, that's on perfectly on the 5 members of September 9. Omega Flow gets taken down out there, and Kadera also gets taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade as of now, but yeah, September 9 they just tried to back off, as well as Vintage Victories, because 3 members were already really low. So let's look at that instant replay. Glorious Pathway as well as the Black Dragon being used very early out there. It was really perfect for them, but the tech charge, a 5-member tech charge really disturbed their momentum, and they really had to back off, because come on, that Kia is really doing a great job. He is securing kills, objectives, and everything on the map. As of now, I think he has a level lead up against Serap.
Yep. And
so you can talk about the items right now, Cantarella.
Yep. So as for the items, we can see the Hylos gas gone for the dominant size against and CC, Ruby, I think, and so they must need to focus about the lot of anti-heal items on their team, right?
Yep, indeed, because the Ruby can dish out a lot of damage as well as the sustain. Oh, Hercules gets taken down. Yeah, although gets the Lord. Here is Sandesh who gets taken down, and Kia is very low. He got a retreat out there, but I think he might get taken down. But Seraph gets taken down first, and it is still favoring the side of Vintage Victories. The fight is still out there. Omega Flow very low out here, and Omega Flow also gets taken down by Dash, and it is a 3-for-3 trade, but the Lord goes to the side of Vintage Victory.
Yeah. You can see the replay as well. So they take the Lord, and look at Kia. Look at Kia. What an outplay by Kia for Hayabusa right there. Okay.
Yup, indeed, that outplay was really crazy. I thought that Seraph might get the kill very fast on Kia, but come on, that man is really insane. He is really insane on those assassin junglers, and yeah, as of now, the Lord is marching from the top side, but before the Holy Shield gets popped up, I think it will be cleared out. Feather airstrike being used, but it had to be cancelled because the Grok was coming for the tech charge, which did not land. Black Dragon also being used for, I think, just defensively. Oh, we might see an engage from Omega Flow, but he decided to retreat. So the second tier top side and the bottom lane second tier gets taken down, and Omega Flow also gets taken down there, and it is Vintage Victory dominating the map for now. And for now, I recommend September 9 to, play it a little bit passively, not go really in front, and just try to defend.
Yep. I think they must need to defend the turret and focus on the defending as well at the moment, since they are on super stress side, I think. Oh, Shadow Gui used by
that. Yeah, it was really close. It was really close from Seraph, but that brilliance from Sorain saved him, and yep, he got to see another day in his Land of Dawn. So, yeah, for now, the side of Vintage Victories, they are just clearing the waves, having that map control as of now, because all the turrets have been taken down. The only ones left are the inhibitors, and yeah, they have the map control as well as the goal lead. So for now, they might look for an angle to pick up a team fight. Bravest Fighter being popped, Shadow is already out there, and I think it might be Dash who gets taken down first of all, and Kia also jumps in out there, but yeah, it is for now just Dash who gets taken down, and yeah, it is still a W, a small W for the side of September 9. But I don't think it is a small W. I think it is a big one because the Lord is already out there and Dash is being missed out. So side of September 9, they are really going for that contest. Brilliant being used out there from the side of Sorain, which is a huge resource. Kadera is also very low. Glorious Pathway being popped, and Kadera might get taken down. It's Sorain, I think, will get taken down, but no, it's Sorain who gets that clutch outplay. And I think now it is Omega Flow who also might get taken down. Ogi Shadow Kill being used by the side of Seraph. Seraph takes down the Hercules with that immortal killing spree for Super Jenny Cutie out there, but who gets shut down by Kia yet again. This guy is monster out there with that Suyo. So it is looking bad for the side of September 9. Seraph gets caught and Sorain is the one who takes him down, and it is a huge loss for the side of September 9. A 4-4-1 trade and a free lot yet again for the side of Vintage Victories.
As you say, the Kia is a real monster in the assassin with the assassins on his hand. He's a monster really right there, and we can see their Seraph was taken down by their team, our Vintage Victory, easily at the top lane, and he was all alone in the team fight in the middle of them.
Yep, indeed, because I think that September 9 just extended too much. They could have, backed off a bit, knowing the fact that they are having a huge economic deficit out there. They need to play the game really passively, don't overextend. So I think they made a mistake out there, a few miscalculations, I guess, because Dash was, already being respawned and he was right there on time, as well as Sean, Sorain, who bought really, those time. He was not dead out there. Sandesh was the one who gets taken down. So that was really bad for the side of September 9. If they could have taken down Sean out there, it would have been great. But for now, they are left to defend this Lord who is marching from the bot side. So it is 5 men out there, but let's see how they try to defend, because it looks really scary when you have the Grok on your side. So Black Dragon being popped as well as the Glorious Pathway. Dash jumping in with that Bravest Fighter, did not catch anyone for now, but that lower inhibitor gets taken down. The mid one also gets taken down, and yep, it is looking really bad. The top lane might be secured for now. Seraph going in, but okay, Feather Strike being popped out there to dish out some damage, but had to be cancelled immediately. because of that wall, and yeah, a lot of minion wave still out there, and it is still very risky for the side of September 9. Lot of minion waves, tech charge being used but did not catch anyone, and brilliance also being used. So that is a petrify from the side of Omega Flow. Shadow kill might be used, but Serap gets taken down before he gets to use the second shadow kill, and that is a huge loss for the side of September 9. Still the minion waves are there, yet to be cleared. The bravest fighter being used already. And here we have another one. Bravest fighter used on Super Jenny QT, who is very low but manages to escape out there. Linden is also low, but gets taken down by the side of Super Jenny QT. It is a shutdown, and this looks quite defendable for now. And I guess Vintage Victories, they really need to back off there, but they are not letting it go. A tech charge coming in from Hercules, who did catch someone, but Hercules is also very low, and it's Super Jenny QT who gets the few. Again, another stacks on that Sky Piercers. He is doing a great job. A good defense coming from the side of September 9, but now they are in trouble because the Lord is out there. But I think it is their time to contest for this Lord. Okay, it's Kadera who is very low on that Ruby, and he also might get taken down by that. Oh, Sandesh is also very low. But Sandesh manages to escape, and Super Jenny Cute is still out there with that huge amount of Sky Pearson, and it is a lot for the side of September 9.
You can see that lanes has been pressured by the Vintage Victory side to the base of the September 9, and yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that was yep, indeed. But you can see it is now Vintage Victory who is left to defend out there. Oh, but it is a shutdown from Kia on the backside, and Lilin also gets taken down. A double for Kia, and damn, that guy, he is really doing a great job. And a tech charge landing perfectly. Seraph is very low. Sandesh also gets taken down, and it is a 3-for-none trade as of now, and that was a huge one for the side. And it is the killing spree for Kia, who takes down Seraph before he got to use that shadow kill, and it is only Omega Flow who is left to defend, and I don't think it is going to be, you know, defendable. It is defendable because Omega Flow is on the backside, and they are already marching for that base, and it is game for the side of Vintage Victories. What a game, man, what a game.
Kia was an absolute cinema right there with the assassin on
absolute
his hand,
cinema.
and the complete domination in the jungle.
Indeed, because he was the one who, you know, took down all the core damage dealers. Firstly, it was Super Genu QT who was doing so much damage with that Granger who gets a shutdown. Then it was Lin Lin on that Farsa who also gets taken down by Kia, which was very clutch because the Feather Airstrike also almost took him down. Then at last it was Hayabusa. It was Seraph's Hayabusa who also gets taken down. And yes, it is Kia, the MVP of game number 1. Damn, this man, just don't give him those assassin heroes. Just don't give him those assassin heroes. He is doing a great job with those assassins. If possible, just ban him. Just ban him for now because he looks really insane, and he is in a top form for this tournament.
Yep.
So what is your, you know,
Opinion,
what's your perspective on opinion? What's your opinion for this game?
This game was, the both team was superb, and September 9, and as for the Vintage Victory, but in Vintage Victory, Kia with the assassin, you know, it's a complete destroy. He's completely destroying you guys, and as you see in the match, he is untouchable, and he deleted you before you even think or react. And we have seen the we can't forget the Omega Flow as well. He was doing great job and taking initiative and dealing damage and taking sustain and, you know, playing outforce, and the Kadera, as goal lane Ruby, he also did a good job and very crazy amount of damage, and he's so good at right there.
Yep, indeed. But the one who is really goated is that man, Kia, with
Yeah,
a KDA of 12.34. Damn, this man is just really insane. And as I said, it was really hard for Lin Lim to play that Farsa because she is really vulnerable. That feather airstrike can be cancelled out by Grox wall, as well as she is very vulnerable to this dash with that Brevis fighter, as well as the tech charge coming out from Hercules. And Sandesh, for now, he could not do so much. Just go out there, tank some damage, and yeah, make that glorious pathway for his teammates to either retreat or go for that kill securation.
yes,
But yeah, the main difference was out here as well. The EXP Dash was already on fire from starting of the game. He was really contributing his part to his teammates in those team fights. And yeah, Omega Flow, he did not have quite a good time out there. And for the stats overview, we have Kia on that highest GPM, which is going to be 885. This man is not only dealing damage, not only securing kills, but also getting a lot of gold. As well as, yeah, you can see it is Kia with that highest damage, 98k. And Sandbag, it is Sandesh, and most SS goes to Lilim. So yeah, game number 1, it was very interesting, very thrilled, but Vintage Victory, they have their win. At some point of the time, I thought the September 9 might get a reverse one because epic comeback, because yeah, they really had their time as well. But that overextension in that team fight, as well as 3 members getting taken down by Kia himself, was a really great blunder. Not really a blunder, but the position was not really good for the side of September 9. So yeah, they had to pay off in the last team fight, and Vintage Victory, come on guys, that is so OP from the side of Team Bangladesh. But it's just game number 1 for now. We still have game number 2, and let's see how it goes, because we never know. We might even see a game number 3 if September 9 bounces back from that defeat.
as you say, the Parsa pick was very vulnerable at the moment at the match, and she was very vulnerable to the her ult. When she ult, she need to be positioned very safely and soundly, because as for the pick, as our Nepal Bangladesh side had, they can reach easily for the backline and dish out their damage dealers, and that was the problem I think they had struggled with so far.
Yep,
And
indeed. And yeah, Cantarella, if I had to, ask your opinion, what would be, the moment for, the game plan, September 9's game plan, in order to, win this game? Because from my point of view, I think they really need to choke down those heroes of Kia, and as well as they need to pressure that jungle side of his, because from the starting phase of the game, you have seen him going to the opposition's jungle area, getting those resources as early as possible. So I think September 9, they really need to be careful. Don't let him farm very early in the don't let him farm in the early stages of the game. Keep on pressurizing him. I think that's going to be a winning point for them, like a strategy.
so, and the picks as well. So when some, you mean when the dash heroes like assassin, most of assassin, the Kufra will be a good pick by the counter, as a counter pick, and a solid pick, like, and item will be like Winter Crown or Immortality will be very helpful against them. As so actually, in my opinion, for that match, hope they would go for a pick like not a high loss pick. I actually like at that to catch the Suyu and Lonox at the moment you can play. I think they might have used Franco at the match. So what do you think about Franco pick at that match, previous
Yep,
match?
I guess because from the side of September 9, they really lacked that crowd control. The only crowd control coming from their side was, Yuzhong. And the Glorious Pathway is also there, but it is not really a crowd control because it just slows down for you, slows down for certain time. And as you have dashes and all, you can just get away from that carpet and yep, you're back to normal. So September 9, they did not have that crowd control to stop those heroes, that flashy heroes that Kia is playing currently. So yeah, they need a lot of crowd control, maybe a chain CC, and yeah, I think the crowd control is going to be a key factor as well in order to stop those assassins. And another thing is, yeah, you said that Franco might be a good pick, but Franco really depends on his hook. If you are really precise with that hook, if you can land, around 50% of the hooks, then yep, it is going to be really, spicy and a bit dangerous for the side of vintage victories. But if you miss that hook, if you keep on missing those hook, then yep, it is going to be troublesome because the only thing he can do is a bloody hunt with that winter crown combo. And yeah, it's not always safe, because when your team is lacking the resources and economy, and if you don't have enough damage, it is really going to be troublesome. Whatsoever, now let's jump into the second game, the second drafting phase, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
Mm. Again, the respect ban for Kia. We can see the Lancelot ban from the September 9 side, and the banning phase from the vintage victory go for the Grok, and let's see what they're banning.
Yep, indeed. So Lancelot is always banned out there. They know that Lancelot on the hand of Kia is really scary. Whereas for the side of Vintage Victory, I think they are going for that Grok as well as the Alice. So they are going for that utility bans for now, and I think it is pretty solid because yeah, you don't want to have a Grok. Like if you can grab that Grok, it's well and good, but you don't want that opposition to have it. So I think for now, Vintage Victory, they are not prioritizing that Grok pick in the early phase, the first pick as a Grok, and they also banned out that Alice. So for the side of September 9, they went for that Zushin, who is a pretty good counter against utility junglers, but I don't really like that Zushin ban because most of the time Kia, as we know, he is not going for that utility picks. He will either go for the super flashy assassins, get that kills and all. And here we have the third ban, which is going to be a Lapu Lapu. So for now, I think they are really focusing on that EXP side, Omega Flow, who is their EXP EXP of September 9. And yeah, they are for now trying to choke down those EXP heroes, which is Alice, who is very tanky, and yeah, the Throne of Ruin, it will ruin the game, ruin the momentum as well. And Lapu Lapu is also pretty solid with his, continuous dive with that previous fighter. And September 9th, they went for a Uranus. So, Cantarella, what do you think will be the first pick coming out from the side of Vintage Victory?
Oh, Igator Kajavic.
Oh,
He is a very solid pick and the sustainability pick, and he can deal lot of damage with the Thunderbolt and the Blade Armor with him. With the stacks around 28, I think you can literally with the Vengeance, of course, he can 1v1 the Maskman and the Mage and any assassins. I think he's a very headache
Yep.
in the rank matches as well.
indeed. Yep, it is because Gadot, for me, like, not, I guess it's not just for me, but I think for most of the people around the world, all the MLBB players, they know that Katrot is right now in that number one list in that roam play, because he is really scary. He can dish out the damage. The CC is, crowd control is out there with that avatar of Guardian as well as the Unbreakable. And yep, as you said, in ranked matches, yeah, we often see him using that vengeance, but in pro scenes, it's going to be a revitalized which will, enhance his sustainability even more. And for the side of September 9th, they are going for that X-Pork, which is really scary if you let him, snowball from the early phase of the game. He is really scary because he has that true damage, which is, kind of hectic, a headache for the side of, those who pick utility picks. And yeah, Omega Flow, he went with his YZ as well. So YZ is pretty solid. But we have Sorin who takes down that Valentina. So IMU will be there, Last Insanity can be used. And there is Katera with that Granger.
Yep. As you said, the Expo pick in the September 9 side can be a huge headache because, with the Sky PSA and the Voax, he can dish out damage and burst down any heroes with the full stacks of his passive. And also, we have the Valentina pick as well because she can copy the exact same ultimate of the Omega Flow and use his ultimate forms, his skills as well. He's and dive into the back line. She's crazy. She's crazy right now.
Yep, indeed. So that Valentina pick is quite good, but yep, we have the answer as well. The Kimi is being played from the side of September 9th, Lilim on that Kimi. So now I think both the picks are quite solid. So Kia is left to reveal his jungler, and yep, for the banning phase, I guess they are going to choke down that assassin heroes. Yes, sir, and it is Fanny getting taken down. So Fanny is already on that banning phase, whereas from the side of Vintage Victory, I think they went for a Joy. Yeah, it is a Joy who gets taken down. Like, Joy is also being banned. So I think both the sides, they are trying to go for that assassin bans.
Yep. I also think that because of the banning like assassins like Fanny from I think they ban it from the respect as Kia, I think, because any assassin could be dangerous in Kia's hands.
Yep, indeed, he is really an OP assassin player, an OP jungler out there. But yeah, for now, I think I really want him to play a, utility pick. But looking at the lineup, it's not going to be easy for him because it's still scary because you have an Export who can dish out so much damage to those utility picks with his true damage. And let's see how it goes. Oh, it is a Fredrin being taken down. So, yep, what's left for them is now, I think, Yisun Shin as well as Suyo. So we might see another Suyo pick coming out from Kia, but let's see how it goes because now it is September 9 who has their pick. So I think the roam is still left and they went for the Hilda. So Hilda, yep, I think they have their strategy for now because in the early phase of the game, Hilda is such a menace for that assassin junglers. But oh, what do I see? Is it a Selena jungle? Is it a Selena jungle? Because you already have a Valentina on that mid side, and oh my god, that is going to be a Selena jungle. And it is Terizla on that EXP side.
Yep.
And
Selena jungle.
as the gold lane, what do you think about that Selena jungle? I'm really excited about this match, man. Come on.
Bro, I never
Picking up the
expected
Selena jungle, that's crazy.
Yes, that's crazy, man. Actually, I didn't even think about Selena jungle in this match because I never seen a tournament like this where in this series with Selena hyper.
Yep, I also haven't seen, although she has been picked, but as an hyper, as a jungler, Selena, that's, oh my god, how am I going to, it's really hard to analyze as well because, yeah, it's just like, really risky because you already have a Hilda on that side of September 9. You have a Hilda as well as the Yuzhong, and it is really crazy out there. And yeah, Irithel also being picked up by Super Jenny Cutie, a direct counter for Katera. Though, if Katera gets the upper hand in the early stage of the game and he leads, it is going to be troublesome because Irithel, she also needs the damage and, that items. But whatsoever, we are here, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game of this match number 2, September 9 from Nepal and Vintage Victories from Bangladesh. Vintage Victories already securing that first game, and it is a 1-0 as of now. But let's see how it goes in this second game. Serap already done with his purple buff, now going for that orange side, and Selena already trying to gank up out there with Kia, but yeah, Kia gets that one with the retry.
Yep. So I just remembered they might have gone for the combo in with Kia and the gold lane. I mean Carrera with Ranger and Selena combo. The when Selena set her trap and lock the target, that Ranger can spam his first skill and ult. I have seen this strategy in rank matches, few rank matches, but of course not in most of matches. The Selena
Yep,
used
indeed.
yo,
Yes. I'm listening.
yeah, that's a good solid pick. I think that's a good pick. That's a good combo and a good pick, I think.
Yep, Selena is good. She can dish out the damage, but yep. Regarding that objective securation, it's really going to be tough because you already have Xborg and his last insanity. Along with that, retribution is, almost a guaranteed. What do you say? Securation of those objectives, turtles and lots, and it is really going to be hard. Oh damn! That's Kia who gets the first blood on Omega Flow, and this man is just crazy. He is just crazy.
Crazy. I told you
no
that
matter what
any
you do.
in his hand.
Yup, indeed. And the fact that he is constantly landing those abyssal arrows, but it is Lily who gets the turtle, not junglers. And another abyssal arrow being landed on Seraph, who gets taken down. Hercules also gets taken down on the point, and Dash also getting taken down. Another abyssal arrow being used, Flicker also being used by Lilim out there. And for now, I think it is an even. It is really even though, because first blood from Vintage Victories to Omega Flow, then there is Sandesh who gets taken down. The objective, the turtle gets taken down by Lilim. Neither of the jungle could secure it, and yeah, the turtle goes for September 9. Seraph also gets taken down, but yeah, the retaliation was there. Hercules getting taken down. Dash also getting taken down, but man, Kia is landing that abyssal arrow so precisely. It's like that. It's not going to miss. He's like super prince out there.
He was like, "No, I'm not going to let you go away with my abyssal arrow." He was landing every. Look at that! Okay, go to.
This guy is really goated. He is really goated with this assassin. Another abyssal arrow being landed on Sheriff, and I think he gets taken down. That last insanity. But Hercules also gets taken down. Last insanity. IMU being used, and Serap as well as Sandesh gets taken down out there. It's a 2-for-2 as of now, but I think it's really going to be troublesome. And Kadera is also out there with Super Jenny Cutie, but Sorain gets taken down. Omega Flow, and Lilim is the one who secures that kill on Sorain, and
Yes.
that's September 9. They are not going to back off. They are going for the fights. They know that for now they have the economy as well as the firepower to deal with the lineup of Vintage Victory, because as a Selena, as I said, it is going to be really hard. Black Dragon already being used, Kia being spotted out there. Abyssal Arrow used, but the turtle gets taken down by September 9. Another turtle AOG landed out there, and it is Omega Flow who also gets taken down, and Omega Flow as well as Sunday Syrup. A double for dash, and that is a really good team fight coming up from the side of Vintage Victory, who did not have any casualties. And I think this is, a good trade for them. A turtle for 3 kills. Come on, man, that's a W. That's a big W for them. And that AOG, firstly, it was the penalty zone from the side of Dash, as well as the AOG combo, landing on 3 members. 2 gets taken down out there. Serap also getting taken down, and that fight was really clean from the side of Vintage Victories.
Yes, as you say, the trade for the turtle with 3 kills is insane, and I think the gold lead might be closed by that trade, I think.
Yeah, it is not just closed, but they have a huge goal lead. Not huge, but it is still 2k
still a
goal
goal.
lead for the side of Vintage Victory. Yeah,
Again, got
another
landed by-
Abyssal Arrow landed.
Yes.
Oh my god, this man is landing that Abyssal Arrow time and again. Okay, now I can see a miss out there. Oh, last Insanity being used, but no, it is an AOG, landed perfectly. Sandesh gets taken down first. Last Insanity used by Serap out there. Kia gets taken down. Hercules also gets taken down, and it is a 2-for-1 trade. And yep, that favors September 9 for now. Turtle being spawned in 10 seconds, and I think that was really an overextension just for Sandesh. They went in. They could not secure the kill on Serap because he had that last Insanity to get rid of that CC, the crowd control, and yeah, although Sandesh gets taken down, but that Black Dragon from the back line, Omega Flow right on time to securing that kill, and Turtle also gets taken down. It's a all the 3 turtles. Yep, as I said, objectives is the main problem for the side of Vintage Victory. Selena cannot contest for that objective because of that heavy lineup of September 9. So I think mid turret might get taken down out here. It is Super Jenny Cutie who takes that mid turret down, and yeah, we can see he already has the Wind Talker as well as the Husk Claw. So yep, he is going to snowball after 3 minutes. He will get his another item, and Irthil is really going to hurt from that time.
Yes, and the Granger has also gone for the Hunter Strike and the Sky Piercer, and I think he is now prioritizing the BOD at the moment. And as for the Yuzong, he has already built the Voyax, and so Kimi as well also got her Sky Piercer and concentrated energy, and Valentina got her Glowing Man, and let's see how this goes on.
Yep, let's see how this goes on, because I think later phase of the game it's going to be really hard for the side of Vintage Victories because they don't have that damage. But let's see, I'm hoping that Kia might do some clutch plays, but we never know. Sometimes it's just that expectations hurts. But yeah, let's see how it goes, because Super Jenny Cutie in that later phase of the game that burst from that heavy crossbow of Irithel, it's really going to hurt. As well as the Kimi after he gets that stacks on his Sky Piercer.
Yes, indeed, bro. Super Gen QD with his full items and the Lilin with his, and also with his full ID, he gonna hit like a truck on the team Vintage Victory, because with the Kimi with the Sky Piercer and all the magic damage stuff will be gonna hit you like a truck very hard. Even the tanks, the tanks, he's not safe from Kimi at the late game.
Yep. After that Sky Piercer, she can dish out a lot of damage. But for now, the Lord is already up there, and both the teams are just dancing around the Lord for now. And let's see who secures the first Lord. But I think it is going to be September 9 who has the upper hand as of now. the goal lead is also very close. The goal gap is like almost equal for now, and both the teams evenly matched. But for that objective, it's really going to be hard for Kia to really secure that. And we can see him on the bot side of the map. He is there to clear the lane first. And okay, September 9 started their Lord Dance, and Kadera also got his Malefic Roar. So there is going to be some damage, penetration, physical penetration coming out from Kadera with that Malefic Roar. Firstly mid side gets taken down, and YZ already using the ultimate. Kadera might be in trouble. He gets caught, but has enough time to escape, and it is Hercules who gets taken down out there. And damn, that is looking bad for the side of Vintage Victories, because Hercules is not there, the main frontliner. So it might be a free Lord for the side of Vintage September 9, sorry. And Sandesh is very low, gets taken down out there, and yeah, that is going to be a Lord for the side of September 9. And there was no contest whatsoever, and yeah, the Lord is marching from the bottom side. Although they got a 1-for-1 trade, but yeah, the Lord is the one. The objective is the main one, and yeah, it is September 9 who takes that objective from the side of Vintage Victories.
Yes. And as for the items, Irabella got her Brace Fury, and now she's gonna hit you like a truck now, because she has the main 3 core items: Harsh Glow, Winter, and the Brace Fury. And as you said, the objective was the
Omega Flow gets taken down out there. It is Omega Flow who gets taken down, and I don't think now they have the firepower, the man advantage to really capitalize on this Lord. This Lord gets taken down very easily. Dash is out there trying to protect that second inhibitor, second tier turret, but Dash is really low. Yep, as you said, Super Jenny Cutie, after he got his core items, 3 core items, and now what he needs is a Malefic gun for that extra range. After that, he is going to hit you like a truck, and yeah, the damage is going to be really insane. But now, in the later phase of the game, Selena is very questionable, because, if the Abyssal Arrow doesn't land, you're just going to be there. It's like you're physically out there, but you cannot participate on the team fight. Without that Abyssal Arrow being hit, she does not have that damage, and like it's really going to be tough. But yeah, if she lands that Abyssal Arrows mainly on Jenny QT or even Lilim, it is going to be troublesome, because the range, the longer the range, higher the stun duration, so it is going to be troublesome. But yeah, it's really hard to hit, because both Lilim and Super Jenny QT, their mobility is really high. They can just, hit and run around the map. They can constantly move around the map. Okay, Traction Pulse being used, as well as the Black Dragon being used. Kadera is running down, and Kadera is the one who gets taken down. Hercules is also very low. Hercules also might get taken down. It's an unstoppable for Lilim, and this is looking bad for the side of Vintage Victory. Sandesh very low, and he manages to escape with that passive coming out from Matilda. So for now, it is a 2-for-none trade, and damn, this is really looking bad for the side of Vintage Victories.
Yeah, as you told, bro, the Kia and his Abyssal Arrow, with not landing his Abyssal Arrow, he's just standing like that and wait for his neck cooldown and skills. So that's a huge problem and huge disadvantage for Vintage Victory side, as you see. And it's very hard for him to reach down to the objectives, because there are so many frontliners and damage dealers. Because if she misses Abyssal Arrow, you are useless, bro.
Yeah, indeed, because if you don't have that, if you don't really hit that Abyssal Arrow, Selena is of no use. She's just standing out there, and yeah, for now, it is very bad, because Vintage Victories in their lineup, they really don't have that lane care, lane clearance potential, because it's only the Granger who can really clear the lane, and whereas Selena, she needs to go in front to clear the lane, and which will be very risky because for as of now I think Super Genicute already has that malefic gun for that range, and it is going to be really scary. Black Dragon already being used. The middle inhibitor is very low, might get taken down. The bot side also gets taken down. Hercules very low. Omega Flow jumps in, but he is the one who gets taken down firstly, and Last Insanity being used. Oh, that was a really good penalty zone. AOG also being landed, but yeah, they decided to retreat for now, but they are not stopping. Vintage Victories are not stopping for now, but they really need to clear the lanes as well, and that is still a good defense coming out from the side of Vintage Victories. They managed to defend for now. So let's look at the instant replay and you can cover up for this.
As you can see, the Omega Flow engaged and he was instantly dished out, and there was a nice penalty zone by Terisla and AOG by Gatot Kaja, and then they backed out quickly because Xbox and other people were solo, and it's 1-1. 1-0.
Yep, indeed, the team fight is already going on. Penalty zone being used. AOG used defensively out there, and it is that who gets taken down firstly. Black Dragon also being used, but yeah, it was just, you know, to defend, I guess. For now, Kia is also very low, and yeah, they don't have anything to do as of now. Lilim is trying to pressure out there. Okay, there is still 5 members. Last Insanity used by both the players. Hercules very low, gets taken down. Kia might get taken down. Oh, he is very low, and I think it is a victory for the side of September 9. And yeah, we are going for the third game, and what a game from the side of September 9. That retaliation. So they are not going to lose so easily. Team Nepal, September 9, they are coming back.
Yeah.
That was the answer for them. Game number 2 on their hands, and yeah, what a game. Yeah, but Cantarella, I think that Selena pick really didn't work out in the early phase of the game. Yeah, he was doing really good, but in the later phase he was missing a lot of abyssal arrows, and come on, it's not him to blame as well, because looking at the lineup, it's really hard to land an abyssal arrow out there. But for this game, we have Lilim with his Gimme, who gets the MVP, 92% kill participation, and that is really good. A really good game coming out from Lilim. 92% is really crazy. Like he was there in almost every team fights, and yeah, he really did a good job. I think he had some pretty solid stacks on that Sky Piercer as well.
Yes, as you can see the overview, damage deal was the Vintage Victory was the Granger, the Kade Rap, and in the September 9 it was Super Gen QT has dealt the most of damage, and most of damage was both done by the Lilim and the Super Gen QT, as you can see, right? And
yeah,
the most damage taken and the goes. Oh, here's the goal lanes. Super Gen QT versus Kadira with Kadira with 412 KDA and the Super Gen QT with 207 KDA with a goal lead of 11.1k and 11.5k as the items. And here are the two junglers as the comparison with Kia with 1210 KDA and the Syrup was 236 KDA and 10 with 10k gold. And
yeah, for now I think that Kia did not have his time on that Selena, but yep, Xborg was out there. You know, Seraph was securing all those objectives. It was a clean turtle, 3 turtles for the side of September 9, as well as all the lords were taken down by the side of September 9. So yeah, Selena, yeah, it is, you know, like the damage is out there, but the main problem is that objective. It is really going to be tough for them to secure that objective, and we have seen that. Whereas Sandesh and Hercules both had their game, but yeah, Sandesh was also doing really good, you know. He was out there in the front line, as a sandbag, also dealing quite damage. And Dash and Omega Flow as well. Omega Flow was, really hitting that penalty zone, like perfect penalty zones for like 2 or 3 times with that flicker combo. But yeah, there was not enough damage because a Valentina along with an Granger who is having a really tough time. That is going to be a problem for them. Whereas Omega Flow with his Yuzhong, when he picks his Yuzhong, it's just the same. You just go to the back line, deal the damage, and yep, Kadera really had a tough time to deal with that Yuzong. And for now, highest goal goes to Super Jenny QT with a 702 GPM, Lilim with the highest damage, and the MVP as well. Hercules was the sandbag, as well as he had the most assists in this game. But yeah, it was, a really good game from the side of September 9. And now we are going to have game number 3, which is going to be the deciding match for both the teams.
Yeah, that's right. They have replied with a super playing with the second match at the second match, because in the first match they struggled so much and they were like trapped out, I think, because of the chaos Assassin's Peak like Suyu at the first match, and they responded very well in the second match with a great win with with super tanky and the super damage deal heroes. And I think the Kia messed up by picking Selena at the moment right now. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I guess because that Selena really didn't work, because you don't have that, potential to contest for any of the objectives. And yeah, if that abyssal arrow does not land, you're just you're just physically present out there, like you cannot do anything. It's just that you're a statue out there, because you cannot deal damage, you cannot sustain the damage, you cannot secure the objectives. And yeah, that really didn't work out for Kia. But let's hope that he gets one of his assassins in the next game, because if he doesn't, then it is really going to be tough for the side of Vintage Victories. Whereas September 9, they need to keep up with the momentum if they want to secure this third game. And for Vintage Victories, they need to freshen up, refresh themselves, and come back stronger in this third match. And yeah, it is going to be very awesome, because the third game deciding match, come on, it's like you don't want to lose in the third game after all that fights you have done in the first and second game. So yeah, it is going to be really interesting. And yeah, as I said, if September 9 wants to win this match, you really need to choke down those heroes, assassin picks of Kia, as well as pressurize him in the jungle. And that's what they really did in this game, in game number 2. Firstly, he did not get his assassins, and second of all, he really had a tough time in the jungling phase as well, because yeah, Selena can jungle fast, but if she is pressurized, that was exactly done by Hilda. Sandesh picked that Hilda, and Hilda is an absolute menace if you are an assassin jungler, because she can dish out a lot of damage. And if you know that if she takes that blade of Hephaestus in the early, she can even kill that low HP heroes, that MMs, and even Selena is also really squishy. So yeah, it was really good, a good draft, as well as good strategy coming up from September 9. But now Vintage Victories, they need to answer back. They need to answer back with their own strategy. And let's see how it goes, because now we will soon be heading to the drafting phase of this third match.
Yeah. Here we are at the drafting phase of third match, and let's see how the drafting ban is going on.
Okay, so let's see how it goes. Number 9, they went for that Uranus band as well as the Grok. And for the side of Vintage Victories, they went with the Zushin.
I think
the bands are really similar to the bands are really similar to the first and second game. And yeah, I think for now they are yet to figure what they need to do in order to really fight back. So now what's left for them to ban? I guess for the side of September 9, they really need to ban either Lancelot or something else, because you don't want to give Kia his Lancelot or any of the assassins. So maybe a Lancelot being banned. And okay, so Vintage Victories a respect banned, because that X-Pork in that second game was absolutely, dominant, as well as he was causing a real trouble for the side of Vintage Victories. So it is going to be a good ban coming out from Vintage Victories. Whereas from the side of September 9, oh, they are banning that CC. So if they are banning the CC, I think they are planning to really, pick the Lancelot from the side of September 9. And I think that's the strat for now. Because if Vintage Victory does not ban the Lancelot, and if they go for the risk play, I think let's see how it goes, because high risk, high reward. This is going to be a high risk, high reward draft.
As you can see, the Assassin's banning was not quite here in this match. We can see, so we can accept Assassin playing from the Kia in this match as well. What do you think about that? I really
Yeah,
like to
I
see an
think
Assassin pick from Kia.
Yep, I think he is going to play an assassin, because they really did not ban any of the assassins as of now. Otherwise, they would have gone with that, first ban, Lancelot being first banned
Lancelot.
from the side of September 9. And talking about the map, random map, it is going to be a flying cloud. So flying cloud, what do you think about the map, Cantarella? Like, what's your opinion
In
on
this-
this map?
In this map, with the flying cloud flying cloud is there, you can rotate very fast in the when you respawn after dying, you can really very fastly go to your lane and defend, and rotate, and you can land at anywhere you want by tapping the recall button at the moment. And it's very very easy to move around the map in I think map around your base. Not the too far. You can defend or you can attack and engage in the area alongside like in the range of second turret. I think that's a quite advantage,
indeed. Yep, indeed. And Vintage Victory, I think they went for that Yu Zhong. So as I said, September 9, they are going to pick that Lancelot. They don't want Kia to get his hands on that Lancelot. So still there are a lot of options, plenty of options for the side of Vintage Victories to pick up that assassin for Kia. But firstly, they went for the Lap Lap as well as the Cutthroat from Hercules. So very strong front line. The frontline job is already being done from the side of Vintage Victory. And let's see how September 9 answers, because Vintage Victories, they really banned Omega Flow's YZ out there. But Alice is out there, and
we can see an Alice pick and Kimi pick here.
I really like the Alice pick, because that Throne of Ruin, just changes the graphics of the map when she casts that skill. And that is going to really change the tempo of the game, because if you get that immobilization on 2 to 3-4 players of the opposition, it is going to be very troublesome.
And I think the Lancelot on Serap's and also be going to be a very super pick. Where he's also good with the assassins, as you know.
Yeah, indeed, he is also good with the assassins. But okay, so they planned out to pick the Lunox. So Lunox is also I really like the Lunox, because the Dark Ultimate is really going to shut down that HP bars of Alice. Because the main things you can do after that Throne of Ruin is just sustain. But if you have a Lunox on your side, it's really hard to even sustain. You will be like instantly deleted after she gets her items, like core items. Then it is going to be troublesome. Now September 9, I think they are going to prioritize those jungle bans. And it is going to be a Hayabusa being banned. So Let's see what Kia picks now, because after those assassins being banned, it is really going to be risky for him to go with the utility. But let's hope he does good with the utility as well.
As you say, bro, Lunox picks is one of my favorite pick in the game because I also like to play Lunox in rank matches because when there are so many tank heroes and she literally can dash out damage with her ultimate dark ultimate with items with the concentrated energy giving her penetration ability and with high assassin emblem. She's a very good pick against those tanky heroes. I really like that
Yep, indeed.
Lunox pick out there.
Yep, so looking at the banning phase for now, Vintage Victory, so they went for that Irithel being banned. Yeah, Irithel was really good on that, second game. Super Jenny Cutie really did a good job. So again, a respect ban from the side of Vintage Victory, as well as the Hilda from Seraph. So I think they are going for that assassin play, so they don't want that Hilda to show up anytime. So September 9th, they went for the Ruby, which is also pretty solid in the gold lane. Gold lane Ruby is also very solid. And yeah, I was hoping for a YSS, and yes, Kia with that YSS. So it is another assassin jungler. And now what's left for them is like if they went for a fighter gold lane, it is really going to be, great for the side of Vintage Victory, because as a YSS, you just want, most of the gold on your side. But Sunday, she went for his signature Minotaur. He is really crazy with that Minotaur if you have seen his games. And it is a Khalid. So, is it Alice who is going to the goal lane or a Khalid?
I think as the I think it's bet. I think I know Lilim going to be the mid laner, and I think Alice going to be the goal laner. Oh, it's very hard to decide, bro. Looking at their pick.
Oh, that's a Thamus. That's a Thamus being played from the side of Vintage Victories. Is it a debut pick? I think it might be a debut pick. A Thamus on the EXP maybe, and Lapu on that gold lane. So yeah, the frontliner looks really scary for the side of Vintage Victories. If you want to extend the team fight, yeah, you have that Thamus, as well as the Flying Cloud is really going to help, because you can buy your team some time to just respawn and come to that scenario with that Flying Clouds. And the draft is looking pretty solid for both the teams, but from my side, I think I am going to favor Vintage Victory for now, because Khalid in the gold lane, it's really questionable.
Yep. And as you can see, the Lapu pick and the Lunox pick, they are both sustain build, and Lunox can be targeted easily with the Lancelot, because Lancelot might struggle a bit in this game because he has no any squishy heroes against him to dash out and delete, because as you can see, all the lanes are with the solid picks, right?
Yup, indeed. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 3, the best of 3 series between September 9 and Vintage Victories. 1-for-1 for both the teams. And this is going to be a very fun match. September 9 from Nepal and Vintage Victory from Bangladesh. So let's see how it goes. Look at that Thomas's skin. It is really OP. Like, I really like the skill effects of this Thomas.
And the skill effect changes, I think, according to the kill count, right? I didn't get the skin, by the way.
Come on, you gotta spend a lot of diamonds in order to get those skins. So so let's look at the emblem setup for now. Nothing out of the ordinary. Like, everything is like same. Bargain Hunter for Sorain, so Lunox can get those items really early, as well as for Lilim. And Tenacity. Okay, so 3 people out there: Sandesh, Super Jenny Cutie, and Omega Flow, they all went with the tenacity for extra sustain, and yeah, the item is right now like quite normal for them. So here
Yes.
we are, already the first turtle of the game being spawned, and let's see who takes the first one, because you don't want an Yi Shin to snowball from the early phase of the game.
Yes, because Yushin with the farm with the big head of farm can be a real threat to everyone in the game in the September 9th side because
Oh,
you know
that's a throne of ruin being missed out there.
yes.
So Raging Sandstorm used to back off, but that's the first blood coming out from So Rain. That Dark Ultimate is really causing a trouble. So Omega Flow also had to use that blood to escape, and it might be that a turtle for the side of Vintage Victories, the first turtle of the game. They are still going for the team fight. Omega Flow again had to back off, and it is a one as well as a turtle for the side of Vintage Victories. So that is looking pretty solid for the side of Vintage Victories out there. And yep, as I said, you don't want that Shin to snowball from the early phase of the game. Kadera went in, but oh, he might get taken down now, but yeah, it is still Lapu Lapu is still very tanky. Kadera might be in trouble. Serap already out there in the top side, but it is Kia who gets the kill on Omega Flow, and yeah, he is getting his gold. But yeah, Omega Flow also. Oh, it is Lilim who got his Sky Piercer for now. But man, that Shin is really going to be troublesome if you don't shut him down. If you let him snowball from the early phase of the game, it's really going to be very troublesome for the side of September 9.
Yes, and he also can push turrets, and he has insane damage on the turrets as well because of his passive and items as well. He can spam his with the long range and short range passive, and and it can be speed up him even more. And yeah,
Yup, indeed. So, like, the farming speed of Shin is really incredible. So, Carrera out there doing a 1v4 for now. Bravest fighter used defensively to escape. Brilliance also being used out there by Sorin to escape from the traction pulse. Okay, so both the teams, they don't want to really dive into a team fight for now, but Kia, I think he went for that, but oh, that is Kia getting taken down for now. Soren used that Dark Ultimate. Omega Flow gets taken down. Dash also gets taken down. Sharap is also getting taken down, and a lot of fight happening, a lot of exchanges in the blow. Lilim on the double, and it is a triple for Lilim, and he already has a 30 stacks on that Sky Piercer, and this is looking bad for Vintage Victories, but Bravest Fighter already being used. Jenny Cutie gets taken down, and as I said, the Flying Clouds is really helping them because Kia is already back on the map. He's going for the turtle, and traction pulls out there from Lilim, and it is Seraph who gets the turtle. Kadera also gets taken down. Lilim also getting taken down by Dash, getting double kill, and Seraph also gets taken down, and that is really a good trade for the side of Vintage Victories, if I'm not wrong, because yeah, they got the turtle, but 3-4-1 for the turtle, and yeah, that is a great trade for the side of Vintage Victories. And yeah, that's what I was talking about, those Flying Clouds. Yet again, we can see another fight coming up. The Unbreakable being used, Minotaur used his ultimate for that extra heal, and Hercules might be in trouble, had to use that Revitalized AOG used defensively, and that is a previous fighter and might be a kill, and Lilim gets taken down. Super Jenny Cutie also gets taken down by the Dark Ultimate of Lunox, and Landshaker also being used. Omega Flow stunned, and Kia grabs the kill. Oh, a lot of actions are happening out there.
And as you see the Vintage Victory, because match care imposed. As I was pointing out when they messed up the first turtle fight, but they really took the advantage and the revenge back on their time after getting in the side and taking the turtle again and securing with 3 kills. I think they had the upper hand, bro.
Yep, indeed, because as I said, this map is really going to be troublesome, because with that flying cloud you can rotate very fast. Like, if the team fight gets extended, it is going to be troublesome, because you can come up to the scene very fast with that flying cloud. And that's what happened, because first it was September 9 who had the upper hand, a triple for Lilim, and they really had the upper hand. But yeah, they really need to be careful, because there is flying cloud, and Kadera really did a great job. He was there, he got a kill as well, and he also sustained so long that all of his teammates came back. Although they secured the turtle, but the team fight being extended was on favor for Vintage Victories. They got that triple kill, 3 kills on that map, and they had the upper hand as well. And Eason Shin is right now really snowballing, and you really need to be careful about that. And come on, man, that Thomas, the sustain from that Thomas is really insane. Once he uses his ultimate, you just don't want to be in front of him, because he can just carry on that team fight throughout the night.
With his regen ability and the insane damage he does, and the attack speed on his items and the passive as well. You only see he's jumping like dung 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 dung, and you are done.
Yeah, indeed. That is really really awesome, because Thomas, come on, like, it is a debut pick and he is really working it out. I think it is Dash who is playing the Thomas for now. But yeah, the side of Vintage Victories are doing really great. But September 9, they're also not backing off. They are getting their shares as well. A triple kill for Lilim, a 30 stacks. But I think he got shut down out there. And also, the last team fight was also really crazy, because it was just Vintage Victory out there. They really got so much, resources out there. Okay, look at that. Look at Dash spamming his skills out there.
It's really funny to see Samus, like, his non-stop attack is speed, and it's kind of funny to see him like non-stop engaging.
Yeah, he's like jumping around out there. Okay, Dark Ultimate already being used. Sunday had to use that flicker to back off, and a resource being burned from the side of September 9. So Turtle is yet to be spawned. 15 seconds left on the Turtle, and I think it is Seraph who is really having a tough time to farm for now. He is not getting enough farm, and looking at the items for now, you can talk about the items, Cantrella.
Yes. Why he has hands on his core item like Axe, and the last lot also have hands on his axe. And
Throne of Ruin Turtle being secured, but that's a perfect AOG. Omega Flow gets taken down, and I think September 9 failed to capitalize. Bravest Fighter being used out there. Lilim also very low, and that is still a W for the side of Vintage Victory. They not only got the turtle, but also a kill on Omega Flow, and this is looking really bad. So Mountain Shocker being used, did not land, but I think they will get this mid second tier as well. And oh my god, that is looking really bad for the side of Vintage Victories.
Yeah, that took me by surprise. When I was talking about the items, when there was only a team fight in the middle of the match, I was so confused when as I saw that. So yeah, it's pretty bad for the September 9 side, as you can see, because of the two mid lane turret has been gone, and the shield was popped out in the inhibitor turret as well. And the bottom lane inhibitor shield was also being popped out by the minion waves, and they are really pressuring at the bot lane now. As you can see, a team fight is going on.
Oh, Seraph might get taken down, but it's Soren who gets taken down first with that Throne of Ruin. Seraph but gets taken down out there. Mountain Shocker also being used. Progenic Duty gets taken down. Double for Kia, and Kia, this man is really unstoppable out there. It is a 4-for-1 trade, and it is really favoring the side of Vintage Victories. So Kia is really unstoppable if you just give him those assassins. Lilin, he is trying to defend, but it is really hard for him. Lilin is still... Oh, that is Lilin getting a clutch, and it is Kadera who takes down... Oh, Seraph, what a great Mountain Shocker out there just to escape Oh my
Nice
god,
retreat
he
by
is really
Kia.
big job. Thomas is out there, shut down on Kia, but Seraph also gets taken down by Sorain, and Previous Fighter also being used yet again, and Sandesh also gets taken down, and it is a mega kill for Kadera.
Yo, this is going to
Oh
be
my
insane,
god.
bro. Look at the
Yeah,
dash.
this
Look
is
at
really
that.
insane.
Look, Dash and Kia, they are in the. Oh no, Federa in the top in gold ranking actually we can see, and followed by Kia and Dash as well, and
Oh, yeah, they are like having a competition right now. All the three players with 7.5k gold, and oh, Throne of Rain being used. It is Dash all alone, but look at that, he is just doing a solo fight, and he takes down Seraph as well. Go to Thomas right now.
We go to down, and we can see that the team fight goes on the Dash, zoning the enemies, and we can see the Lunox and the Gato has been going for the low dash.
Yup,
That's
indeed,
how
Ben.
it
You
is.
can look at that because Kadera was there, but he was like, I'll leave it to Dash because I know he ain't gonna die out there. And yep, he also got a kill on Seraph. That was really insane. A 1v5 out there, and he still survived with full HP. That's how Thomas is.
Crazy, right? Crazy, man.
Yeah, it is looking now bad for the side of Vintage Victories. Minotaur used his ult as well as the Throne of Wind, but the damage is not enough. Sandesh gets taken down firstly, and it is Jinikuri who also gets taken down. AOG being used out there to back off, and Omega Flow also gets taken down, and it is a game for Vintage Victories, and that is game number 3 secured by Vintage Victory, and match also won by Vintage Victory. So we have Vintage Victory here as the winners, and oh my god, this game was absolute full of team fights, and yeah, it was really hard to analyze because once we start talking about those items, those previous fights, and how they are going to come back, it's just another team fight popping out of nowhere because of those flying clouds. And yeah, I think September 9 they really did not have the time with that flying cloud, but here we have the MVP of this game, number 3 Dash. Come on, if he does not get the MVP, I would be offended because 1v5 against September 9. He was just spamming just first skill and basic attack along with that sustain. He just killed Seraph, 5 members of September 9, dealing him damage, but still bro was on full HP. That's like positive 10,000 aura gained by Dash in this fight.
He was like very crazy at the team fight. I would be doing 1 versus 5 at the moment, right before the match end, and even taking down the Kadime Sirab as well.
Yup, indeed. And look at that goal lead. It is almost 13k goal lead from the side of Vintage Victories. So here you can carry on with the overview of the match.
Yes. As overview, the Super Gen QD in the goal lane and the Kadera as the goal lane as Lapu, we can see the level gap is really a little bit different, and the goal lead was also a huge gap. And we can see the Syrup and Kia as a different level because Syrup didn't even reach the level 12, and we can see how farmed the Kia was, and his KDA. Look at his KDA, 6-13 KDA with 9k gold. And he was the main damage dealer right there moment. And this is Lilim and Surin, and they are also did the damage because Lilim was the most damage and the kills in the team September 9, and Sorin was
Yup, indeed.
7.9k goal lead. And we did expect something from Sandesh with his gold winner topic, but we didn't able to see much because of the playing by Vintage Victory was very aggressive, and you see the damage deal and the sustainability because the Minotaur's heals was nothing compared with the sustain there, right? And this Omega Flow and Dash, this is the man Dash, the MVP of the match, and he was crazy and look at the KD and the goal lead, 9.3k goal with the 6-110 KD and the level of level 15 already hidden, and he is the highest goal per minute with 857 with dash, and then
Oh my
followed by
god, being an EXP and getting that highest gold, it's crazy.
crazy, right? And the highest damage deal was
Yup,
by Lilim. So yeah,
yep, like it's pretty close. Lilim has 72k damage, whereas Dash also had 71k. As an EXP, getting the gold, dealing the damage, sustaining the damage as well. That's just pure MVP moment for Dash out there. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's really crazy because you have a YSS already out there in the team. Still, then you are the one who has the highest GPM. That's crazy. Omega Flow is out there with the Sandbag as well, who really did his job. There were like some pretty good Throne of Ruin along with the ultimate coming up from Minotaur, but yeah, it was not enough because the damage was not there, because
Yeah.
Akimi himself cannot do anything. And yeah, Lancelot was really lacking that farm. He did not have his time on that jungle, and yeah, it was really bad for September 9th. Hopefully they will come back stronger in the next match, but yeah, GG to Vintage Victory for this win.
Yep.
So here you can look at the tables now. Vintage Victories are on the top with 6 points, and right behind them it is Team Immortals from Pakistan who has 5 points. And yeah, September 9, if they have won this match, they would also climb up to the second or first position. So yeah, for now it is going to be Vintage as the table toppers and Immortals on the second place. Whereas for Group A, it is Sacred Shrine on the top and Larry on the second. And if we talk about the second match, it is going to be Onyx Paradox and X3 Catalyst. Both Onyx Paradox having 3 points and X3 Catalyst Esports from Sri Lanka with 2 points. So let's see who wins this match, because it is going to be match number 3. And yeah, there are going to be new set of casters, and yeah, it is going to be a really great game. So yeah, to all the viewers out there, don't go anywhere. We will soon be back with another exciting match, which is going to be Onyx Paradox from Team Titan, which I am highly rooting for, and X3 Catalyst Esports from Sri Lanka. I think that is Cantarella's.
Yeah.
And
That's that's how country stream, because and the next match is going to be a fire thing. So hope you guys watch the match and support our team as well, support the teams as well, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel and keep watching.
yeah, and for now, it's me, Hades, and Cantarella taking off.
ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can see us well because we are back again for the last best of three series that we have for the SAGA. This is the true international that you are watching. We have two teams who will be playing the last match for today, another best of three series. It's gonna be X3 Catalyst, that's from Sri Lanka, and it's gonna be Onyx Paradox from Bhutan. And we have Fredo alongside with me. We will be bringing you to these two teams into the casting deck as well. So, Fredo, how do you feel about the teams? Do you know them?
Not really very well, I guess. I'm very new to these teams. I have not really, seen a lot of international teams playing other than the MPL. So yeah, pretty new to Catalyst Esports and Onyx Paradox here. I've already casted for a Sri Lankan team before, but it was a different one, not Catalyst. So yeah, let's see if Catalyst are going to provide us with another exciting gameplay or not. But yeah, the last game that I casted was against a Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka team. And this time it's Bhutan, so it's probably my first time casting for a Bhutanese team.
Oh, well, it's the opposite for me because I've been casting a lot for the Bhutan teams. But the first for the Sri Lankan, so I'm pretty excited who we will be seeing here and what we will be seeing here because best of three series, one of the most important one as well. They are in a good position into their own table pool as well. So yeah, they might be in a very good chance to try to climb up to the top with the points that they have so far. So yeah, this is going to be one of the important matches that we have. I know a lot about Onyx Paradox, like you know about the Sri Lankan teams, because this is the Bhutan team that I've always been casting for, and of course I think X3 Catalyst will be a first for me. So I'm pretty excited how they will be able to perform because I'm always happy and excited to see new teams coming onto the tops. It's not gonna be new for the other people out there, but it's still gonna be new for me. But hey, there are so many changes in the meta, Fredo, and I feel like there are the teams that have the ability to adjust to the certain meta that we are in are always the one who will be having the priority in every game.
Definitely, you have to learn to adapt to the meta right now. As we know, the fighter goal lane is one of the meta going on right now, and a lot of goal laners who do not really play a lot of fighters are finding it really hard to adjust to the meta right now, especially because of the lack of the, I would say, mastery that they have over the fighter heroes. But of course, some have been able to shine more than others because they have been able to use the fighters in their advantage. And of course, like you said, you need to be much more flexible into the meta. Like if you are a good player, you actually play very well in every single meta. It doesn't matter what kind of meta it is. But if you are, I would say, if you are good in some certain sort of meta, then when the meta changes, you definitely are getting outshined by someone else, and you need your team to help back you up. So yeah, that's why you definitely need to try your hands on a lot of heroes and not just confine yourself to certain roles.
Yep, that's absolutely true because that's what we have been in, and we can see into those tournaments as well that some people who aren't able to adjust to the fighter into the goal lane side has always been struggling into the drafting phase because they are always going to be one-dimensional. They're always going to be going into the marksman, into the goal. But there are some situations as well where the flexibility comes in handy because there are also some things that is excelling very well into the utility, into the jungle, as well as the marksman into the gold lane side. That's when that gold lane marksman works. But when you love the assassins into the jungle, like Onyx Paradox here, they usually go for a fighter marksman, but they are not behind onto the meta because I think they are also the team that exhausted very well into the current patch. So I'm really looking forward to how X3 Catalyst will be able to respond to that because knowing Onyx Paradox, they are flexible into their draft. So if X3 Catalyst are able to read that out too, they will be able to find good response onto those drafts because we have a lot of options in this meta, man. Either can be marksman, either can be fighter, but the choices are not limited.
Definitely, there are a lot of choices in this meta that you can go with. But definitely, the core. I would say the core role of all those heroes are to just sustain out the team fights while dishing out the maximum amount of damage, and that's why you always try to pick sustain heroes instead of going for heroes that have high burst damage or have a lot of mobility, even because even with the mobility, even if you're able to escape, the fact that you have a lot of sustain just helps you win those team fights, because it doesn't matter what kind of comp you're going for, if it is going to be pick off, if it is going to be split push. In the end, if you want to go for ending the base, you have to do a team fight. And of course, when you go for a team fight, the rest of the comps do not really work out if you do not execute them well. So yeah, team fight is definitely a priority in this meta right now. And with that, we are going into the draft finally, and we'll be seeing, of course, a Bhutanese team play against a Sri Lankan team. And of course, the team names being September 9 and Vintage Victory, which is probably the last team names. This time around, it's something else, something different. But of course, like I was saying, Debbie, we're going to see a lot of sustain picks coming up. So yeah, a lot of bans like the Groks and the Alices, even the Exborg and the Gatots could be coming up here. And with that, expanding river map actually helps even those tanky heroes with less mobility catch up to those team fights, because of course the river current just helps you travel faster and make faster rotations. So let's see which side will be able to exploit this map tonight by going for a comp that can actually exploit the advantage that this map provides.
Yeah, that is also the forte of the expanding rivers. It's very, very good onto those team fighty compositions, and we can see most of the time that the team who love rolling the most will be loving the expanding rivers, because of course they want to reach those fights on time. But let's see how the draft is going to be looking like, because we have Onyx Paradox onto the first pick, Steel Grave for that first pick, and X3 Catalyst will be going for the second pick right there. Looking at the bans, the Yuzong taken away, as well as the CC2 of the XP laners that has been good in the meta, and Onyx almost always they ban away the Lancelot, and this time also it's no different.
They ban away the Lancelot and the Yuzong, like you said. Lancelot, a very good jungler in every meta, I would say, but recently it has just been so much more dominant because you do not really have a lot of heroes that can, I would say, trouble him. Because honestly speaking, good Lancelot players, they always find their way in every single meta, especially after that adjustment where they reduce the cooldown of the punctures. After that, they have definitely nerfed down the damage, but the skill sets, the mechanics remain the same. The puncture has shorter cooldowns, you can always dash around, and of course good Lancelot players always find their way with those punctures. But with that, like I said, Grok is another hero into the roaming section that can always create problems for assassin junglers. Even certain fighters do get troubled because he can always invade, he can disrupt your farm by placing those walls in awkward situations, and you definitely know that sometimes even the Lord gets reset by a single wall. So this hero Grok, if used properly, is actually one of the best roamers out there that anyone can go for. So yeah, right here, Onyx Paradox, they'd have the first pick, but they do not want to pick that, so they leave it. They ban it out. But now X3 Catalyst, I do hope that they're going for a Alice ban, but okay, instead they go for a Lapu here. So Alice is open. Even the Yi and Shin can be picked up here, I guess.
And honestly speaking, I haven't seen Demigod still, but you can pick it out here. But the Gato was most importantly done. Oh my goodness, Lanka, they wanted the Xbox into the first pick. Like you mentioned, Fredo, I would have thought that they might want to ban out the Elise, because Gazanski is definitely one of the best Elise players that we have in this tournament so far. But maybe I'm biased, I'm not Tandin. On to the other hand, I think Yves is a very solid pick though.
I do feel like Yves is a solid pick as well. Yves, of course, like people do prioritize the Kimi as well sometimes, but I always prefer the Yves in this meta as like the S tier mage that you can always go for. Even the Farsa is also pretty decent, but the only reason why I say the Yves is the best for me is because, okay, like you said, there is an Alice main on the other side, someone who has dominated the saga with his Alice, and it is none other than the side of Onyx Paradox, who picks it up, and it's definitely going to the hands of the right person as well. But continuing what I was saying about the Eve, I do like the Eve a lot because, of course, the poke damage is there. The AoE of her ultimate is so huge. And on top of that, as you approach towards the late game and you get those items, the cooldown of that first skill becomes so much more less, and you keep on poking down your enemies with the Wishing Lantern passive, and that just helps you a lot more. Shred them down much more, because you know that Wishing Lantern is the ultimate counter item for those tanky heroes, and this meta is really tanky. And that's why I like the Alice a lot.
Hey, look at that. Is that a
Thamus.
Thomas? Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, that's gonna be a Thamus and an Elise versus to the XP lane side. That is something that I usually wanted to see, man, almost all the time. So let's see who's gonna be winning out, but I put my bets onto the Elise because the early game is definitely where the Thamus doesn't really shine. So let's see, it's still gonna be a little bit of a flex, dare I say, because in this meta we'll never know who's gonna be going into the gold lane side. But what we do know is that Onyx Paradox will be picking out the comfort man, Kerensky, onto the Granter. That is one of his comfort that I've always seen him on, and he's always ready to carry with that hero. But nevertheless, there's always a dive coming through from the side of X3 Catalyst, so it can be an option for them. So let's see how the band is going to be looking like for the side of Onyx Paradox. The veteran is taken away, right? So what can they remove here for Onyx? Roamer?
I'm thinking about the same as well. A Rome could be something that could go off here. Both teams have not really. I feel like Onyx Paradox have already revealed their draft. Granger is definitely going to the gold lane. Alice is definitely going to the EXP, and Gatod is the roamer. So all they have is a mid lane and a jungle left to be picked. So the enemy has already banned out on one jungle. They ban out two junglers actually. Not really caring about what the mid lane is going to be, because like I said, Eve is the best pick out there for the mid lane for now. Minotaur getting banned out, and now they're gonna ban out another jungle, another roamer, I guess. But the thing is, this Xborg and Thamus, both of them could be played in the side lanes, and they could go for a Yi Sun Shin jungle. And I feel like that is the best option right now, because take a look at that. They already banned out the Hayabusa. It was calling for Yi Sun Shin. And X3 Catalyst here utilize that Hayabusa ban, locking in the Yi Sun Shin right away.
Right on point, right there onto the, oh my goodness, Fredo. That was amazing Yi Sun Shin prediction, I would say, because it's amazing that they are trying to flex out the Thamus and the X-Rock all up to the very last. But hey, this is going to be a slowdown, right? Coming through from the side of Onyx Paradox. I've never seen Big Brain play out this Novaria. Oh wait, he did play out the Novaria. Oh my goodness. Sorry to say this, but this is the combination that they usually love to go for. The Novaria and the Granger combination. And the Navaria is going to be slowing down, but I don't know about the Basha, though. It's going to be a little bit of a tanky. Okay, there's a thing about Navaria and the Granger is that, you want to go for that combination, but you want to have a little bit of an XP, a utility onto the front line, and that comes into the hands of the Basha. So very understandable, but it's still going to be a risky pick coming through, because they already, for the side of Sri Lanka, Extra Catalyst, they already have the Xbox, which is a direct counter for the Basha, so you cannot really rule that out. But Roamer, the last option, it's got to be the Akai. How do you feel about the Akai though?
I would say Akai could be pretty good here, because the enemy is, of course, kind of a dive comp, right? You're seeing the Alice and Gato. They're definitely going to jump into the back lines. They have huge AoEs. They're going to stun you. And of course, then the Granger just bursts down all his bullets on your face. And to avoid that engage potential that the side of Onyx Paradox are bringing with this Akai and Alice, the Akai, with the Gatot and the Alice, the Akai can actually act as a disengage tool with the help of that heavy spin. So, and even he can try and zone out the Bakshia as well, because like I said, the enemy is having a huge dive comp. So Akai, being a very big nuisance to anyone who dives in with that heavy spin, could provide some hindrance here to the side of Onyx Paradox, who are looking to dive head in with this draft.
Exactly, this is a very perfect to engage But there's also one fact about Catalyst Esports is that they don't really have someone to have an answer to the Navaria that's been picked away by Onyx Paradox. But nevertheless, execution is what matters the most in the game. The drafting will be what is the foundation. Let's head into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be SAGA that you are watching and witnessing. The last match for today, another best of 3 series. Onyx Paradox going against X3 Catalyst.
Yep, and with that we can see the battle spells and the emblems on the screen, and there's definitely nothing out of the ordinary except for, which I'll say, is the Themus, which has who has picked up that vengeance. So yeah, gonna be surviving a little bit longer from those basic attacks, which is going to be coming in from I don't know who, but okay, this time around take a look at the Xbox melting down. That Bakshi, sorry, the Gatot here, who's getting very, very low and chunked down. Even forced to use that revitalize as well, which is on cooldown at the moment. But yo, the emblems as well, as you can see on the screen, Devi.
Yeah, there's nothing much out of the ordinary. But yeah, there might be eventually a little bit of a sustain coming through from John here onto the farmer because of the spell ramp, but never mind. This is what I talked about, Fredo. Kazansky onto the Elise will be able to win out into the early game against Tamus, against John here, because this is what it's supposed to be. But hey, onto the golden side, it's very interesting that the Black Cat is chunked down every time he's trying to go near, because the Faraga armor has always been taken down by Erensky time and again. That might eventually be able to help him poke them away. Nevertheless, look at that bot lane.
Seems like there could be some trouble popping right up as the turtle is approaching as well, but seems like Mr. Malia is not really bothered by it. He's still enjoying his time in the enemy jungle area. Might want to go for that blue instead of going for his turtle. The enemy seems to be completely unaware as well. So yeah, it should be a good trade actually, I feel like, as they can go for invading on that ranger right away. But oh my goodness, into the mid lane, Throne of the Ruins coming in as well. Quadrant, Inferno breaking out, Havoc, true damage, first blood secured here by Xerox, and they are going in for more. But the enemy will not try to fight, as they know that they will be the one getting taken down inside that kill box. At the same time, they already got the blue buff from the Bakshia now. Even got a kill as well. That is good stuff happening here for the side of Catalyst.
Amazingly well done here, I would say. You are able to find some good spaces and good engages for the side of Onyx Paradox. But then again, I feel like, X3 Catalyst, they were trading out with the life of Peridot, so that can also be one thing that they really want to focus on. That was a little bit of a compensation, which you usually don't have with this kind of combination. So they are really doing a good job in trying to equalize onto the amount of losses that they suffered, so it can be up on top, on a very neutralizing position here. But onto the other hand, though, there is a scaling hero for the side of Malia. He will be able to scale up so good in comparison to Densang here. So there can be something that they really have into their clutch too. So that is what they want to focus on as well. But hey, onto the lanes though. I feel like it should be the X-Walk winning out against the Granger this time, level 5.
Definitely, the X-Borg is going to win out in the laning phase against the Granger, in the early game at least, where the Granger will definitely have some range, but even then, he cannot really dish out enough damage to melt down that Firaga armor, and Firaga armor is everything that the X-Borg needs. That is his bread and butter. Okay, right now, though, into the mid lane, Bakshia just crashing into the wrong person there. Heavy spin being used as well. A very important ultimate burn out here for the side of Catalyst, but they still do not feel afraid of going in. As you know, Black Cat is always going to be there with those missiles of his, dishing out a lot of damage, but his armor getting chunked down very, very low. He goes in with the last insanity. Throne of Ruins coming through the backlines. A lot of damage being done, but there isn't enough damage to finish someone off. But Iransky is the one who takes down Malia, but with that, Denson coming in with the turtle, gets a double as well. Iransky here is trying everything that he can, and the enemy just seems to be serving kills to him on a plate.
That's exactly what they wanted to do. Go for those kind of combinations, go for the team fights all of the time, and Hey, that's gonna be a free turret goal for Mr. Erensky onto his hero there again. So that's gonna be actually bad for extra catalyst right now. Black Cat trying to join out just a little bit, but he's already level 8, man. I think Bang is doing this on purpose, but never mind. It is a level 8 level for Erensky, but meanwhile, bottom lane though.
Somebody could be in trouble here. They do not get the tower and dead zone, making a successful defense, but honestly, the Hamus not really working out the way it was expected to be, but heavy speed here connects very well, and it will take down the Novaria out of nowhere, and with that into the back line, take a look at the Gatot as well, doing a 2v1 all by himself. There seems to be no problem arising from whatever that's happening right now, but the Granger seems to be looking for something here. Okay, does not really find anyone, but the taunt coming in from the Gatot will help him secure a kill right there. And with that dead zone, does he have the bot ready for, or does he want to go in for Irinsky? My goodness, the damage from the Vengeance could almost take someone down there, but Kazansky will be the one coming in with the clutch play, and he takes a kill onto Mr. Hemus.
That was actually amazing. Driven Knight. Oh, big brain! Half the flicker away. But that's already, the first turret taken down by the side of Catalyst onto the top lane side, which is the cause for what Erensky did into the mid side, right? He traded out with kills. So let's see the build so far. For Kazansky, he already built out the Cursed Helmet, which is one of the most important items for the elites right now. But Black Cat also able to get the Sky Piercer up very ready. I think he would try to go for a, priority onto the right, but nevertheless he wants to go for the kills and let it be. The turtle actually taken by Erensky, look at that.
Oh my god, somebody could be in trouble here. Will it be Karinsky? And Turtle getting taken away as well by Erinsky, and with that he's looking for some kills into the mid lane. It seems mid lane, being the most important turret, will always be getting targeted, but Team Catalyst still survive. They do not give away any kills or the objectives, neutral objectives over the bottom side might be the one getting pressured this time around. Erinsky still playing it safe, not really committing yet, but this advantage is not really good enough, I would say. Onyx Paradox do have the goal advantage, but no towers to show for all of that. So right now they definitely need to look for some objectives right there. And take a look at the bottom side. Seems like they're trying to go in for pushing down this bottom side, and it could be Catalyst who could be taking the first neutral objective here. Like, take a look at Dead Zone. He doesn't really care that Donsang is on his face. But okay, Novaria with the ultimate, they use every resource to try and run away, but lot of damage being done. Heavy spin being used as well, but Erinsky coming in with those Rhapsodies takes down Mr. Oh my god, he goes in for a double. He takes down Dead Zone as well. Erinsky being served on a plate once again by Catalyst. This is not looking good at all here, as they have been giving non-stop kills to this Granger.
Yeah. 2 for 2 is the trade that they wanted, but still, it is the Granger we are talking about, and he is able to get the stacks on time, but Black Cat has sneaky steal into the purple buff. So this is how extra Catalysts are trying to compensate out of the losses that they had so far. Bottom lane turret's gone down the drain for both of the teams here, but then again 3 stacks already into the hands of Erensky, so that is definitely going to be the win condition for the side of Onyx Paradox. They can play for Erensky and they will be an okay farm for them. But then again, there's always Night Owl, right, who's always making out the good sets with the flicker coming through, as well as the heavy spin as too, and that can eventually turn into their favor. They can use it as a disengage tool or an initiative tool, and it will work out very well for them, because Akai, no matter how it is, it's a very tanky hero with a lot of seal as well, so they can really focus on that. The lore is already up, but there might be something to the mid side, but there is a good turn for them to on the side of Black Cat.
Definitely a lot of good zoning coming out here from the side of Black Cat. And of course he's trying to zone out 4 members all alone. He uses the last insanity as well. He could be the one getting taken down here. Erinsky getting targeted a lot, but he stays and maintains his distance. Period will be the one. Actually, Peridot will be the one paying the price here. But Novaria's ultimate revealing 3 members here. They want to go for this Lord here. Donsang is still alive. Donsang does have the retribution as well. But okay, Donsang doesn't do anything for now. He's just looking out for the right moment to go in for that Lord Steel Knight. Although getting chunked down by a lot, and my goodness, the amount of damage that was done there was criminal. But take a look at Mr. Dead Zone. He will be the one getting taken down instead here. And the snipes coming in from Novaria, trying to melt down the armor of this Black Cat. But Black Cat does bring a lot of bad luck to the enemies that cross his way. But right now, does not seem to be the case here for Onyx Paradox.
Exactly, but the cat still up into the grass might be able to put something out here, but that's gonna be Astral Recall, AOD!
Oh my god, everyone is going for that Yeep, and it will be actually the Alice who gets him first. But oh my god, Irensky could be in trouble here. Yisenshin trying his best to go for the Ranger, and with that, he gets the shutdown. 440 gold. Take a look at this Yisenshin going in for the right target. And now in the mid lane though, they have to deal with this minion wave that is coming through. And they will deal with that as well. Nothing comes out of it. A lot of things going down there in that fight, but honestly, it was definitely worth it for the side of Catalyst as they took down the main guy.
Yeah, exactly. This is what they needed. They needed to remove Arensky just so that they would be able to go for the team fights most of the time, because if you see and focus onto the team fights here, it's mainly Arensky who did the job, right? There's always a John, but he's the one who dealt the damage here. And look at this perfect conduct. Perfect initiation coming through from the side of Black Cat, but hey, look at that!
Again, another fight breaking out, it seems, into the Lord Pit area, and it will be the Granger getting 1 snipe, 2 snipe, 3 snipe. He could be going in for 4 now, he could be going in for a Maniac. Bro is on fire right now, but my goodness, another sniper comes through. It is actually the Novaria, and Arensky here gets the Maniac. Mr. Beast. I would say B for Bhutan, but B for Beast being shown here by Arensky.
Arensky, man, W the Maniac. That is the Granger and the Novaria combination that we are talking about, the Rhapsodies and the Snipe together with the Astral Recall. The hitbox is so big here, look at that. Whoever he's hitting, he got the damage is done, and look at the perfect snipe coming through from Big Brain onto Malia as well. He was the perfect target, man, and they were able to find him, because if Malia was alive into those team fights, it could have been a different scenario. Because look at the build so far, almost full build by Mr. Arensky. He got the Sea Halberd as the last one bit of the square, but top lane, oh my god, Arensky.
Arensky just maintains the positioning and uses those bullets to shut his enemies down. And right now, Xerox could be in trouble here. Oh my god, bro was finally forced to use a flicker, but the burning retribution, I feel like, is the one that will be taking down that Eve. Oh my god, the Novaria keeps landing those bullets perfectly. This long-range lineup that the side of Onyx Paradox have went for is working out wonderfully for them at the moment, as they're able to snipe down enemies from a distance, and at the same time, the backline is also doing pretty well. Taking down towers, but we don't want to go in for this fight. There are no minions. The last insanity has been talked of. Densang will get taken down, but so will Dead Zone. Night Owl taking a lot of hits. The taunt comes through from Period, but no, it will not be enough to take anyone down. And with that, the RWM being setting in as well, but there are no minions to be clearing that side. It is on the top side actually, and with that, my goodness, one Lord, just one Lord, and all the inhibitors have been taken down here.
Yeah, definitely coming to some Onyx Paradox, but I think they were able to successfully chase them away from their own bases, but it's still not gonna be enough, because look at the poor quality, not the poor items build coming through from this side of Catalyst here. The Panda man really not having a good time, because he is a roamer, by the way. He's gonna be getting lesser gold. Night Owl is not able to get anything out so far. Just one full build is what he had. He will not be tanky enough, but the good part is that they have 3 more axes, right? That's definitely going to be the 2 damage that they're looking for, and then there might be a lot of damage onto the hands of Malia as well. If they play a little bit good onto the side of Malia, they might eventually do and turn around the table here, because he got the damage and stuff. But, oh my god, whoa, 80 stacks, Fredo, 684 onto the Capricia. Arensky is definitely going to be hitting the Rhapsodies on the perfect target, and it will not be getting out anytime soon. And this guy, 12 kills across the board, he's all alone and being the gunner, doing the assassination onto this side, and this is the problem. Catalyst, do they have an answer to this?
I'm not really sure what to make of all of that, but right now, look at Arensky with those, oh my god, the Throne of Ruins connects perfectly, 5 members getting caught there. Black Cat will be the one. Oh my god. The overextension might help them pay a price, but Arensky comes to the rescue. Arensky, the Rhapsody Sonata, the double agent, the 0007, whatever you may call it. But this guy is on fire right now with those bullets of his. But man, his frontliners did just way too much, I would say. That was a bit of an overextension from the side of Onyx Paradox. They'll pay the price. And with that, X3 Catalyst, if they do not utilize this opportunity, this window of opportunity that has been given to them, then I do not think they will have a second chance like this again.
Yeah, the fact that, Black Cat is still surviving is definitely going to be for the side of X3 Catalyst, because he will be able to throw them away. The SL calls coming through, the Vision is still out there. He tries to go in, look at that!
Oh my. Bro doesn't even care, but oh my goodness, X3 Catalyst, they get the Lord. But oh, what was that one shot at that Yisun Shin? Like he was a piece of paper.
Crazy damage indeed, but the Lord is into the hands of X3 Catalyst because of the serve that's been done by the side of Onyx Paradox. But man, oh man, Arensky will be able to gun them down with just one. That's not heaven. Look at that. There might be a possible end, Fredo.
Once again, a fight breaking out. The base could be over here. And yes, it is. They take the Lord, but the enemy takes the base. And with that, the first victory being secured here by none other than Onyx Esports from Bhutan. It was Onyx Paradox, right?
On 3 orders that they have. Onyx Paradox, man, coming out on top into the game number 1. Marksman is the way they play, so let's see who's gonna be the MVP. Of course, it's gonna be Mr. Arensky, man, bro. He's unstoppable. Look at the team fight participation, 91%, Fredo. He's everywhere.
And take a look at the damage dealt as well. That's a lot of damage dealt. GPM 893, bro was sailing on a sea of gold. He definitely had everything, just lined up for him. The Black Cat was very lucky actually today for a guy called Arensky. Of course, they both were goal laners. The moment a Black Cat crosses you, people say it might turn into bad luck. Sometimes it turns into a good one. And tonight was one of those nights where a Black Cat crosses your way and you have been provided with every single thing. And yeah, the stars just line up for you, and that is what happened for Arensky tonight. He was able to do everything perfectly. I mean, honestly speaking, except for the Yisun Shin, there was not really anyone else who could go for Arensky here. And that's why, Arensky just got taken down once, I guess. Yeah, take a look at that. Just once by the Yisun Shin, because nobody else was able to catch up to him. The Xborg is not someone that has a lot of mobility. The Akai is definitely not someone who can lock him down. Of course, if the Granger has, good amount of skill. So yeah, nobody to lock him down except the Yisun Shin. The Yisun Shin did take him down once only, but other than that, he was always maintaining that positioning and dishing out the right amount of damage.
I feel like for Catalyst though, they have kind of did a really good job in the way he was farming, right? He was able to get the perfect amount of items on a perfect time too, and that also served it a lot. But the fact that there's always the frontliners that stopping him from going into the backline is just making him struggle a lot. The boss is always there. There's always gonna be the Gatot Gacha. There's always gonna be the slowdown coming through from this dude, Mr. Big Brain too, and that is definitely gonna be serving the purpose here. On to the other hand though, I think Xerax also really was good until maintaining his position, but there's always a threat coming through from Peridot with the AOZ that stopped them from making a lot of momentum too. But yeah, I feel like they should have, they could have gone for a better kind of dive, but then again, what can they do? Arensky was just too farmed. Even though they want to try to dive into him, 3 frontliners was what he had, and there was no way they'll be able to do that. The Thamus man this time around will not be working out because it is a losing lane in comparison to the Ellis. You've got to play it safe into the early phases of the game so that it'll be able to have the damages on time. And I know that he got the damages, look at that, 3 damage items, but there's no way for him to fight into all of those because he gets gunned down all the time. And look at that, Arensky twice is the highest goal per minute as well as the highest damage dealer, Fredo.
Definitely a lot of damage being dealt here by this guy, and honestly there's nothing much to say except he had a flawless performance overall, being the carry, being the richer guy as well. Of course, at the same time, his brother or something. Of course, the Ski brothers, Kazansky here,
Exactly.
be yeah the one who took the most damage as well, and Big Brain, man. I mean, of course, man, the one who does the most amount of assists is usually the one who is the big brainer because, of course, he's the one who, you know, I'll say controls the game. So yeah, that is what he did there. Being the big brain, he had the most assists, providing and setting up for his teammates, and that's how the game rolled out as well. It was pretty good here for Onyx Paradox here tonight. Let's see if X3 Catalyst can turn it around or not, because I definitely want to see them have a neck-to-neck matchup in the third game.
Exactly, that's what we are looking for. And I feel like if they could have into their side as killing hero as well, it could have really worked out. But then, honestly speaking, they really weren't underperforming. It's just that Onyx Paradox, they were playing solely one-dimensional. They were playing only for Arensky. They had a winning XP lane side too, and from that fact, when Kazansky was able to get out from the lane, they were all focusing on how Arensky should be positioned, how Arensky should be in their own protection. And I think that kind of wall cannot be penetrated by Catalyst, X3 Catalyst. They were trying to focus more on to Aransky rather than any other, but that wall, it's like so thick and so tall that they cannot penetrate through that, and that came the draft where Onyx Paradox were making up for, and it worked well for them. So this time around, I think they can try to counter out the marksman picks that Evensky has been doing, because he was the sole carry here. So if they want to force a utility onto the side of the gold laner, I think that can create a chance for X3 Catalyst to take the second game.
I believe in the same thing, Debbie here. I think the only way they can do it is by shutting down Arensky as well, because I mean, in the last game it was very obvious as to who is the one controlling the game. It was definitely Big Brain, and of course the Gatot and the Alice as well. But in the end, of course, it was not just them. It was Arensky from the backlines who was always dishing out the dishing out the damage and controlling the game from the backlines as well, as he was not getting marked, as he was not being able to be marked down by the enemies, and of course dishing out the most amount of damage. The frontliners always had the advantage. That's how they kept rolling. But this time around, Extra Catalyst, hopefully they learn from their mistakes and we see something better.
I don't think the Grandeur should be banned. I think it should be countered instead by picking out another assassin into of Malia. He really played well with the Yishan Jin too. He's just did not really have the required spacing. He's always getting thrown away by Arensky. That's the problem. So there we go. Kazansky. That's gonna be the hero that they have to ban away. X3 Katan is finally knowing fully well that the Alice could have been the problem yet again into the second round. They have to remove it too, but the group also already removed by the side of Onyx Paradox. They usually remove this hero and the Lancelot, so that is a sure ban. But for X3 Catalyst right now, what should they remove? Do they want to play the Basha or do they want to ban it?
I'm not really sure either. I feel like the Basha is a hero that you can actually keep open. Not really a big issue, unless of course, because the thing is, the Basha is always a hero that's going to dive head first. So it just leaves your backline vulnerable. If you can also pick a hero that can dive well enough, then I feel like the Baksha is actually a hero that might work against you sometimes. So yeah, because of that, I feel like, yeah, you can play against the Baksha pretty well if you do draft good enough. But right now, Onyx Paradox are the ones who are going to ban out something. Hemus was not really a good choice either. Hopefully, X3 Catalyst will not repeat the same mistake. I know it has been buffed, I know it's pretty good now, but yep, does not really work out when you try to use it against in the tournaments when you're playing 5 men against 5 men. But yeah, now let's see, what do they pick up? Lancelot getting banned once again. Onyx Paradox probably realizing that the other side have someone who can play these meta junglers, they like the Eason Shin and the Lancelot very well, so that's the reason why we're seeing these bans, I guess.
They almost always ban out the Lancelot no matter who they are up against, so That's also one factor. They can ban out the Jushin here too. So X3 Catalyst, what could they remove here after the alias? Wait, that's the CC? Wow. They don't want to first pick out the CC. Interesting. But it's still okay because they can, I don't hate the export pick though. It really worked out, but they just did not have the required amount of time to stop the Erensky down. So they could go for the same kind of picks and put something assassin into the hands of Malaya. That can work out well, but hey, it's still gonna be a little bit hard to ban against Onyx Paradox, man. They can really go for the fighter into the gold lane as well as the marksman too. User already removed, so will they, for X3 Catalyst, what will they go? Jushin! Okay, very good pick, best pick. Very good one.
Zushin is a pretty good first pick, I would say as well. Yeah, I think there are no buts this time. I think the Zushin is just better. There is no CC, there's no Alice, there's no Lancelot, but there is the Granger showing up once again. Extra Catalyst. I don't really know what they're thinking right now. If they can deal with this, I'll be really happy. But if they cannot,
Oh,
then this might just be the end here, I would say, because we already saw what Havoc and Mr. Erinsky create. So yeah, let's see if that happens once again or not.
exactly. Kalea picked together with the with the Jushin. And this is not a combination that I'm fond of, but this can be a winning combination. Oh my goodness, that was what I was expecting when the Kalea came through. The Hayabusa into the hands of Malaya. That means that he wanted to go for that burst. So finally, an answer for the Grandeur. So this is the reason why they let go of the Grandeur. So that can also mean that they want to go for a gold lane damage. That could work out even the marksman, but still a good one. But hey, look at that, Fredo. They are very, very confident on X Paradox. Big brain. Onto the Eve when they already saw the Hayabusa. This is some interesting confidence that I've seen.
These are two very, very interesting picks, I would say. The Eve and Granger, both of them, right? I mean, against the Hayabusa, they really suffer. But
yeah,
probably, like you said, confidence is definitely there, being shown with this draft that they're going for right now. Even the Kalea could be a very big threat here, because the thing is, you're forced to use the flicker when you're up against the Hayabusa. But then, what about the Purify? Because you need that as well.
Exactly.
So, what are you going to go for here? Actually, oh my God, this is like a sandwich. I feel like X3 Catalysts have just the big brain here. Or are we the ones getting big brained here? I don't know, but yeah, man, his name is Big Brain. He's definitely thinking two steps ahead of us. So I'm not really sure why he did go for his Eve here, but I mean, when we see the spell, we'll probably find out.
The one thing they can counter the Kalea is supposed to be the Gaton, but they pick up the Gaton first and they pick the Kalea next, even though there's already a counter. So they can work into their favor too for the side of Onyx Paradox. But then again, like you mentioned, the Purify and the Flicker threat is definitely going to be out there. They can burst out the Purify, waste out the Purify, and get the Hayabusa in onto the perfect timing too. So Night Owl this time around, I think he can make it work even against the Gaton Gacha. So let's see what the bans are coming to from this side of Onyx Paradox. They look like they really want to play another utility into the jungle, but then again, who will be the answer to the Jushin? They should play something cover damage if they want to have the answer for the Jushin, but then if they play out any kind of assassins again, there's always the Kalea that can come up through with these tsunamis. And so carry Ben and go Ben. Is this a Fredrin that we are going to be seeing, Fredo?
We could be seeing a Fredrin, I feel like, because I mean, it's highly possible. The Kalea is a hero that, people don't really think about it too much, but yeah, she does have dash skills, but once she goes in, you cannot really come out, alright? You have to just keep fighting. And Fredrin just nullifies those kind of melee heroes. Even the Hayabusa, just one shadow. But supposedly, if it lands in that dawn, then you are stuck there for an eternity and you cannot really use any of your skills. So yeah, Fredrin is a very good option, but it's been banned here. So what do they do now? Onyx Paradox. What are the options remaining here? Yi and Shin, but do you really want to go for that when you're up against Hayabusa? They go for a Joy here. I think
Oh
the
my god.
Suyo could have actually come up tonight, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's a joy. Still not the best pick, but let's see if it works. Faster rotations, better jungle clear, better macro potential as well.
I feel like, honestly speaking, for the last pick as
Nice.
well as the Uranus. So that's gonna be a fight, a marksman and marksman into the gold lane. This is what I was looking for from the side of X3 Catalyst. They really wanted a marksman, but hey, look at the last pick. So it's the Esmeralda. Of course, they're gonna be seeing Esmeralda when there is a Uranus. That's kind of an M3 vibe checks that we have right now. But honestly speaking, Fredo, I'm not really a fan of the Joy, because there's always a threat from the Kalea as well as the Hayabusa too, because Hayabusa, like it or not, he really does well against basic kind of damage dealers, because the Joy really struggles when the Hayabusa is always gonna be ulting out, because unlike the Lancelot or the Link, you won't be able to immune out the Shadow Kill most of the time, so that can be the one thing. But I feel like X3 Catalyst, they read that out that the Fredrin was the option for the side of Onyx Paradox, and they ban it away, forcing the side of Onyx Paradox to directly go for the joy.
Yep. With that, let's see what happens. This draft is looking very, very solid from both sides actually this time. Onyx Paradox, they have that, I will say, the two picks in the last game. Very, very similar. The Granger is still there. The Kato is still there as well. Two heroes that can carry you to the victory. Along with that, if you think about it, the kill box is also there. The AoE
Yeah.
skills are huge here from the side of Onyx Paradox. Extra Catalyst, they do have a lot of burst potential. They also have a lot of mobility and a lot of lockdown as well. But if in order to win the match, they have to execute it perfectly. There can be no shortcomings, because of course this is their last chance. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to South Asian Grand Arena. We're here to witness the match between X3 Catalyst and Onyx Paradox. The score is 1-0 right now, favoring Onyx. They need just one more game to seal the deal here for X3 Catalyst. But will that happen? Let's find out.
Quick and check, a little bit of adaptive attack for Mr. Arensky, and a spell well for him onto the gold side, onto that Granger, definitely something you really want to go for. But J-Rox, on the other hand, he's going for the agility as well as the wilderness blessing for that. Oh yeah, okay, so that he'll be able to rotate faster enough. But then that might eventually means that they want to play for the gold lane side, try to rotate and get the objective done onto the early stages. But big brain man, using the big brain that he went for the vitality, which means tenacity, which means that he'll be able to sustain out quite a lot.
Yep, and with that, now we're seeing the side of course, the side of Onyx Paradox. They've sent this Esmeralda to counter out against that Uranus, and they know that the Uranus can be a menace, especially if it gets, way ahead in farm, because you know that he's always trying to go for those macro plays by going to cut those lanes. Meanwhile, into the mid lane though, seems like Night Owl could be in trouble here. A lot of damage being dished out as well. Yeah, Busa does connect the Shadow, but he does not land. Oh my god, Night Owl, one more hit. Kazemski takes down Night Owl. First blood secured here already for Onyx Paradox in this draft. And oh my goodness, Xerox as well. He's taken down really, really low. Big Brain still going in. They don't want to go for Xerox here from the backside. They're trying to sandwich Mr. Xerox here, but Mr. Xerox as well, very aware of the movement of Kazins.
Damn. Oh, okay. That might be a re-engage coming through. Black Cat able to flicker away, walking away, but that's not gonna be a kill just yet. But Erensky, man, first will Sky Piece, but then Song's gonna be able to take out the Lord here. He will be able to jump away Date Joan, not able to do anything with the Uranus right now, but Flicker already basted away by Big Brain, so he will be in a very bad position when he's getting caught from the hands of Malaya right now. Looking at the boot so far, the build so far, not much of an interesting build, and I feel like Densang might eventually go for the first build style side because that's usually not what you usually go for in this current meta. You usually want to go for the genius one, but nevertheless, you might be wanting to go for the bit of a 2 damage and the basic attacks that he will be having right now. But Arensky though, first build Sky Piece, that means that he wants to go for the stack, full on stack since the start of the game.
Definitely, he does want every single kill to count, and that's the reason why he has went for that Sky Piercer right away. You can already see the confidence that's exuberating through this pick, and with that, Turtle already getting taken down here though, so I feel like they already have some slight advantage. The farm is definitely there as well, like similar to the previous game, but the thing is, the side of Catalyst at this time around, they have a very good draft actually, so things can still turn around for them any second. Just one team fight and it could all go wrong, especially because Night Owl can definitely pick up the right target right there. They do not have a Purify, so if they can lock down on the right member, it could be really good here. But yeah, for that, Night Owl has to plan that Tsunami Slam really well. It could even be Mr. Densang, because Densang, he does not really have any immunity skills, and if once he dives head in with that electrifying beats, there will always be Night Owl to shut him down.
Exactly, that's why you really want to go for here, but right now trying to get a little bit of a stack onto the beats, but will not be able to engage onto that zone. That is a revitalize. You really cannot do anything about that, but that might be something Kazelski is trying to be cooking onto the bottom side too, not trying to get that joint anywhere near him, but the turtle is already up and this is exactly what they want to focus on. But Paradox onto the top lane, still trying to zone away the Black Cat here from away from Aransky, but that means they'll be rotating together. Look at that!
Oh my god, something seems to be cooking up here, and it is Black Cat who could be in trouble, and Black Cat falls first. Somebody could be next. Who will it be? Dead Zone. Look at the way Xerox is trying to escape. He uses the flicker very good. But Arensky going for a double. Arensky still going for a triple. And yes, he gets a triple. Arensky, can he get a Maniac once again? It could be 2 Maniacs in 2 games. But Dead Zone is just way too tanky for him. He'll be getting taken down here.
That's just so close of a team fight, but Fredo, that is a 30 stacks onto the first build Sky piece that we are talking about onto the hands of Arensky. The electrifying base for bottom lane, Densang just gonna be clearing out the lane so that Kazansky will be able to rotate into the perfect timing. So no Tsunami Slam so far, they will not be able to clear it out, so mid turret's already gone. Night Owl getting caught.
God, that's a lot of damage on the Night Owl. He cannot even escape because he does not have anything to escape, and Night Owl will fall as well. Not a good news here, as Onyx Paradox just seem to be rolling on the land of Dawn right now, especially in the jungle area of Extra Catalyst. They are controlling the macro, they are controlling the pace of the match, and of course you cannot really do anything about it except for popping off those electrifying beats and bursting down Death Zone. Big Brain will be the one getting that kill topside though. Not really the kind of Hayabusa gameplay that you have expected, I think, because Malia here is not really able to do what he's supposed to do here, which is shutting down Arensky, shutting down Big Brain as well, and even Densang. But Malia here has not been able to do anything, and that's the reason why they're really struggling at the moment.
Exactly, but another Tsunami Slam coming through. That's gonna be Night Owl caught into the midst of it all. Might be in trouble here again. The one knockup is definitely gonna be through. The heals are still there. Night Owl still surviving, but not for long. The Shadow's landing. AOG and the backside Paradox will not be connecting on to anyone right now, but they might still be going for more. Not much of a damage coming through from both of the sides, but still Night Owl down. That's gonna be 1 kill down the drain again for the side of Onyx Paradox. Another stack is what they are looking for, but Fredo, I feel this might eventually be a dominating game for the side of Onyx Paradox.
Yeah, definitely they're dominating right now, but like I was saying, this one thing could turn everything around here, and it seems to be the case. Look at Black Cat though, my goodness, bro got bursted down on his face. But oh my god, Dead Zone, can he escape this RWM? Yes, he does. A lot of sustain coming through from his part. But Mr. Malia, he has to keep check of the backliners of Onyx Paradox, but he has not been able to do that. Even the goal laner is ahead in terms of level. Take a look at that. Malia is level 9, but You take a look at Erinsky. Erinsky himself is level 11 right now. That is not a good news at all because you do not want someone that you're hunting down to be ahead of you, at least in terms of
Yeah.
level.
Exactly. That's something of a problem right now for the side of Catalyst. They need to play it safe, but they do have a scaling hero onto the side. The Claude can be used as a macro factor and give the side lanes to the Claude and the Hayabusa as well. Malaya will be able to farm onto the XP side rather than the gold lane side because that should be where Black Cat has to be right there. And the fact that he is onto the Claude that he have ways to survive, so they can avoid the team fights, not try to go for a little bit of an engagement, though Night Owl will be hunting anyone down if he wants, but there's no Purify for the side of Onyx Paradox, so he can go for the hunt, but the damage is what's the problem here. Look at that.
My god, the Gacha getting picked up and thrown here, and he will be the one getting taken down first, but there comes the RWM as well. But they are fighting outside the box, but into the backline. Look at Densang, he wants to go for Night Owl. Night Owl dashes through, and he will be able to survive. But this time around, the Uranus, can he survive the bullets coming through from Erinsky? Yes, he does. A lot of sustain coming through on the part of Catalyst, and with that, bottom side as well, they're finally playing the right cards here. Catalyst just baiting out their enemies and going for those split pushes is exactly what they needed. But another thing that they still need to do is shut down the backliners of Onyx Paradox, and that has not happened yet.
That's gonna be the Holy Crystal after the diamond of the game. Onto the hands of Densang, that means this is a very, very fat joy. He's able to farm up quite well, level 13 already. That's a level 8 Night Owl, and he will not be able to get engaged onto any other members of Onyx. And the fact that the Uranus is actually going for the Thunderbell, which I don't really like, because he could have went for the Oracle, which would mean that he will be able to sustain more. That's going to be a lot of steal too. And he will be able to survive all the onslaught that can come to the side of Densang because he is full damage stealer, because in comparison to the player, never mind, Tsunami Slam!
God, the right member this time getting targeted, but he will be the one getting falling down instead. Backline, a lot of damage being done here, but not enough to melt anyone down. And with that, the Oogie Shadow Kill being bursted down here by Malia, but he could be the one getting got instead. AOG landing as well, connects onto everyone. This could be a wipeout here. Dead zone, 1 HP. Will he be able to escape? No, he will not. Erensky takes him down, and it is a wipeout by Onyx Paradox, and the bottom lane is still there as well. Oh my god, this could be the end.
Possible land, but the death timer is still gonna be there. They'll be able to survive for long. 1 cannon minute is what it have. The jump is
Knocking down the
Pulse coming
base.
in! Oh my goodness, that is gonna be the clean sweep that we are gonna be saying Onyx Paradox with a sword and a clean game.
Once again, we have our winners, Onyx Paradox from Bhutan. They have this clean sweep, X3 Catalyst 2-0. There was nothing that could have been done after getting wiped out there because it did not even have those minions clear towards the bottom side. The bottom side was getting pushed as well. And of course, who other than Kazansky this time, the two Ski brothers taking and sharing the MVPs here.
Definitely a W. Esmeralda, man. I have a meet with this Esmeralda where whoever plays out the Esmeralda will be able to win it out to the game, because this hero in particular will be able to get out the damage soaking potential and also have the damage dealt too. So that is 2-in-1 situation here. So Team Catalyst, I don't think they were able to have an answer to this Esmeralda already, because there's no way they will be able to bust him down. And to the early game also, the rotation coming through from the mid lane side has definitely up to the par, and you will not be able to do anything because like it or not, the Kalea combination with the Juicy is something that we don't really want. You want to combine it together with a certain kind of damage dealer, maybe the Lunox too, because if you put Kalea together with another hero onto the mid side, you'll be able to win out. Even the Zusin could have win out, but then again, the clearance coming through from the side of Onyx Paradox. Ooh, too good. Look at that comparison onto the gold lane side. Onyx Paradox, they have a better chance onto the stats. The gold per minute is also 9k for Erensky, and he got the damage done. 702 is the score. He got 70 Sky Piercer stacks.
Yep, a lot of stacks on that Sky Piercer, and there was nothing that our brother Malia could do here. Malia was not really able to shut down the right members in this match. And honestly, if he was able to shut down Arensky even once, then I think things could have turned around by a lot. But
Yeah, yeah.
Maria was not able to find Arensky. Gotta give kudos to Arensky as well, as he was able to position himself so good enough that he was not getting marked even once. But yeah,
Yeah.
with that, you look at this mid lane matchup as well. The Yeve dominating as always. But yeah, probably not like the last match. This time around, of course, a lot of takeaways here for Team Catalyst to learn and adapt and come back stronger next time. Onyx Esport, they definitely have done whatever they're good at, but honestly, Team Catalyst as well, they have, of course, faced a better opponent than them, and that just means that they have to improve and they have to, they have room to grow as well.
Yeah. Exactly. But this was a pure dominance committed from the side of the box. The rotations were on par, the macro, the way they were able to give each other out spaces too, and where Kazansky was able to send out the jungle, then Sung onto the bottom lane so that they'll be able to get the farms up too. That was a good macro that they were talking about. So look at that. Gold per minute will be Arensky yet again onto this Granger. 971 is the goal, which is very, very good for a gold laner. But this time around, it should be Kazansky onto the Esmeralda. What did I say, Fredo? This Esmeralda will be able to give out the equal amount of damage that she soaked in, and that is what we can see right now. But then John, though, he's gonna be definitely the sandbag here, able to take out any kind of damages. But Peridot onto the other hand with the perfect AOCs onto the backlines, most of the time onto the turrets as well, perfectly well.
Yep, definitely a lot of things to be, learned here for tonight for both sides. And with that, we've come to the end of tonight's stream. This was the last match, and Onyx Paradox have taken the victory. And with that, we can see on our screens right now the table as it stands. Group A and
Wow.
Group B. A mixture of both, of course, of both of all the countries involved in this tournament. And so far, we're seeing 2 wins and 1 lose here in the side of Group A, Sacred Shrine being the leaders, and on the other side,
Damn.
Onyx Paradox are the one who are the group leaders. Both of them do have a 2-1 score, but just seems like they have a win-loss difference here, because of which I feel like the side of Onyx Paradox have 5 on their side, meanwhile Sacred Shrine have 4. So with that, the group leaders are definitely the ones to look out for, because they will be the ones qualifying for the next stage, right?
Yeah, exactly. The tops are the Nepal team, Bangladesh team, and Bhutan and India. It's funny, right, Fredo? Because we ran kind of squads onto the top 4 in both of the squads, both of their groups here, and not the same one in the same position. Because look at that, Sacred Shrine onto the top, right? But onto the group B, it's Armageddon onto the bottom. That's India, by the way. But nevertheless, Onyx Paradox with today's clean sweep will be able to get the perfect score up on top. That is going to be number 1 for the group B right now. Sacred Shrine still shrining with their amount of points that they have. So I think we are nearer to the end to the qualifier. So that is something that we really wanted to see. The points are up there. I feel like there are still going to be chances for even Larry to come up to the top, and every other player, every other squad into those group 2, they will be able to reach in on time. But for group B though, I think they do have a close call, points where almost equal, right? So that can be equalized when there are times when there are more games to come through. But talking about more games, this was gonna be the end for today 1, and yeah, it's gonna be late right now. So ladies and gentlemen, we might be signing off. We're gonna be having a full on right now. So I think Fredo is also tired. I think he's almost asleep. I'm joking. He's not. He's not. But nevertheless, guys, I think this is where we're going to be seeing our sayonaras. I know we are not Japanese, but good night. We'll be seeing you on another live maybe tomorrow.